Hey guys, and welcome back to the HFC Super Nintendothon. Let's bring the game music back in, which muted itself for some reason. But yeah, off to a good start here. This is the second day of the marathon, and we are playing through Kirby's Epic Yarn. Richie, what are we
Yes.
doing? What are we fundraising for?
So, obviously, this is the HFC Super Nintendothon, and we are raising money for Child's Play, a wonderful charity who help make kids stay in hospital better by providing them with the joys of video games. We've raised money for them before. It's a great charity. And our goal this year is to try and get to $4,000 before the end of our 10-day marathon. So far, like that first day was absolutely incredible. We managed to get to $1,900. And I mean, just thank you to everyone who donated for that. It was incredible. It was a great opening day. And couldn't be prouder of, well, I couldn't be prouder of everyone involved. Today is Kirby Day, and we begin with Epic Yarn, and then it will move on to Star Allies. I'm only going to be here for a few hours, and then Tom will come in and join the fray, and he'll take over from me when I, bugger off. But it's going to be delightful and fun. One of the things to just sort of note, so last night, the last game of the day, Super Mario 64, didn't necessarily go quite according to plan.
That's one way of putting it, yeah.
So, because wasn't able to be finished, what's been agreed is that we're going to do a redemption run after the end of the marathon. So I think that's going to be on the 26th of July, I want to say.
I believe so, yeah, because Tanner and Kara are doing a little VR chat showcase on the 25th, I want to say, where they're going to be showing off some like Nintendo-based worlds and characters and whatnot. So it'll be the day after that.
Yes.
So
I believe Tom will be running and Flame will be co-coming, so that doesn't drive himself insane. Because Super Mario 64, while it's an iconic game, it's not necessarily aged the best, and there are certain elements of it which are rather frustrating if they don't treat you well.
To be fair, I don't think it's as much a game as more me being tired at like 1 in the morning.
Well,
I think that was the bigger problem there, if I'm being fair.
Yeah, that also will not help the situation. And yes, I do believe this is the EU version. So yes, Trousers, we have a completely different narrator to the one that was in America, which it's one of those things where you look at it, you just go, I mean, I'm very appreciative of it because the guy who does the narration is incredible. He's got one of those really like grandfatherly voices. Also, that they paid enough attention to, not use Americanisms like pants, because pants means something very different in the UK.
Yeah, I do appreciate that they actually bothered localizing this game rather than, like, say, Pokemon the Isle of Armor, which they spelled wrong, and I'm still mad about.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The one thing that did frustrate me, though, is that basically, because they did all of that, and it wasn't just the narration, it was also a number of the item names that they ended up changing, item descriptions, basically meant that Kirby's Epic Yarn, I think it came out in America in like the October, and Europe didn't get it until February, and there didn't seem to be much of a reason for that, and it literally is just sort of that narration and a few bits of text, so...
To be fair, I would say that if it's something that makes it age better, like, having a proper localization, then I would say it's worth waiting that little bit longer for.
I mean, yeah, I do agree on that front. But yeah, Kirby's Epic Yarn is absolutely adorable. I love it to pieces. And obviously this is not now your first time playing it, but I don't think that you had actually played it before deciding to do it for the marathon, had you?
No, I didn't. Like this I beat this for the first time a couple of weeks ago, So yeah, this is fresh in my mind. I don't have excuses for when I bugger this up. So yeah. But no,
Although
this.
I will say my slight OCD of just going, you didn't get the 5-star tag. Oh,
Well, get
yeah.
used to that, because I will say this isn't going to be like a 100% run. But what I am going to do, given we hit one of our incentives, is I will, as well as the main story levels, I will also be playing the bonus levels in each world that are based on the transformations. We'll see more of the transformations when we get to the respective tutorial for those. But yeah, it gives us a little bit more flavour for the run.
Oh, definitely. And also, I mean, some of those Metamortex stages are awesome.
Some of them are.
Some of them are. Some of them less so, but some of them are definitely amazing. And I suppose, since we're sort of now kind of almost properly into the run now, we've gotten past the tutorial, it's probably a good point to mention that, so at the minute, we have currently raised $1,934.01, because just before we started today, we got a $34.01 donation from Crazy 12 Eric. That's a nice even number you got there, guys. It'd be a shame if somebody were to mess that up. Side eye. Anyways, time for the star of the show to shine through today. So good luck with the Kirby runs, Flame.
Thank you very much, Eric.
So yes, obviously, if you can donate, much appreciated. We are currently gunning for $2,000, which will net you all an extra game at the end of the marathon. And this particular game is going to be a Super Boss showcase of Xenoblade Chronicles, which, I mean, that's going to be pretty epic. So come on, like it's only going to take you what, $65.99 to get there? Like, come on, that's chump change.
For some, maybe.
Yeah. If you sort of want a little bit of an incentive, I'm sure we've currently sort of met all of our targets. So something I'm sure will pop up as we go along. But there is currently a donation battle for when Mario Golf Advanced Tour gets played. Basically, you're getting to choose between doubles golf and singles golf. And at the minute, doubles golf is way in the lead. This was very much the case for the majority of yesterday, but it's nice to see singles golf, has got some pity dollars. So doubles golf is way in the lead at $1,014.74. Singles golf behind at $205. So if you want to see some singles golf, you're going to have to, get those donations in. But I'm sure we'll have some other poll type incentives as we go, because I mean we've got plenty of games coming up, but to give a little bit of a breathing space for some of them as we progress. Like I'm sure that like naming Link in Link's Awakening might turn up as an incentive. We'll see.
We'll have to find a way of managing something like that, just because of how the new thing works. But we'll see.
We'll see. But yes, one of the things just to make note of is when you are donating, if you do decide to do that, make sure that as part of your donation, you click next, and you've got to put the money directly towards a specific incentive. Unfortunately, you can't put it to multiple incentives, but you can put it towards a target and a poll in the same thing, so you can do that. So just something to be aware of. If you just say in the comments, put it towards this, we can't do much with that. It's just quirk of the system. But there we go. Obviously, we'd love it if you can donate, but if you can't, don't worry, that is absolutely fine. But if you could, which would be really helpful, spread the word about the marathon, say what we're doing here, and try and get people to, come along, and if they're able to give, that would be just as helpful. And also, you can just sit here and enjoy. That is also perfectly fine.
Maybe not on the fancy throne that I just unlocked there, but yeah, this game does have a bit of a room system. You can just find items while you're out and about in the levels, and then decorate your room however you like. It's pretty neat. I won't be getting all the treasures, but the ones that are in my way I'll get, because I might as well.
Yeah. And I mean that's totally fair. It's something that sort of just works out quite nicely. Like it's a cute little addition. It's nothing special. Like Epic Yarn is very much a child friendly, easy to play, easy to enjoy title, and it's just really cute, and that carries through in basically everything it does. And with my blathering, we've actually got 2 new donations, so thank you very much. So we have $9.99 from the Geeky Red Mage, thank you very much, and then $20.68 from I'm gonna completely book this up that well, Kaylin Eldridge, which is Nep Nice. So thank you both very much for that, and that means that we are now $35.32 away from that Xenoblade Super Boss Showcase.
So while you've been doing the intro stuff, we did go over the story of this game, which is basically Kirby gets walked into the world of Yarn, and I like that there was actually the line of your friend from another world. So if you guys wanted a Kirby Isekai, here you fucking go. So
yeah,
a lot of the gameplay here revolves around collecting these beads, which
yes,
it's incredibly satisfying when you see yourself getting the little medals racking up at the top. So if it seems like I'm wasting time, it's a habit.
But I mean, ultimately, what you want to do in this game, because it's the only way that you actually get ranked, it's the only element of actual difficulty, is trying to get the gold medals and trying to pick up the items that you pick up as you go. If you get damaged rather than dying, there is no death in this game. You lose beads. So that's where the challenge comes in. And I have to say, it's one of those things, like, so a couple of people in the chat are mentioning that they prefer Woolly World and they think that is a better game, and I'm probably slightly weird in that sense, in that I actually prefer Epic Yarn, but I think that's because I prefer Kirby gameplay to Yoshi gameplay.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I think one of the things that I personally found with Woolly World was that it felt really long. Like, it felt longer than it had any right to be. So that just sort of got to me a little bit. And also, whilst I've just been, dumping on Woolly World there, we've had 2 donations from Deimos, one for $20.01 and one for $16, which means we have met $2,000.
Oh,
so
yeah.
You're getting that Xenoblade Chronicles Super Boss Showcase.
Nice one, guys.
Thank you. That is amazing. You guys rock. Next milestone that we're aiming for, and obviously rocking if we can make it before the end of all the Kirby today. But we shall see how it goes, and that is getting to $2,500, where you will unlock Luigi's Mansion.
Oh, yeah.
Do we know what version that is? Is it the 3DS one, or is it the original GameCube?
That's gonna be the GameCube one. That
is fair. I mean, like, to be honest, I've not actually played the 3DS version. Logically, it's just like, well, I've already played Luigi's Mansion, and it's not like... It's not like one of those games like maybe Bayonetta or the one for 101. I'm just like, yes, I will play it every time you give it to me. Sort of the same with Okami, to be fair. But it's nice that obviously they did do that. But I think the original GameCube Luigi's Mansion just has a bit more. Its aesthetic is a little bit nicer.
Well, I will go a bit more blunt and say I tried playing through the 3DS one and it controls like shit.
I mean, yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, so obviously we're blathering over one of the more iconic bits of Epic Yarn, which is the Metamortex transformation. Basically, throughout the game, Kirby can eat a Metamortex tomato and transform into all manner of things, including a giant freaking tank.
Yes, like they are quite hit and miss. There's some that I really like. Like I like the tank quite a bit, and there's some others as well that I quite like a lot. There's some that are a bit slow, but yeah.
Yeah. I think my favourites are the tank, the dolphin, and the RC car.
I like the ones towards the end in space. I don't really want to spoil that just yet, because that's pretty cool when it changes up the gameplay and whatnot. But
yeah, no, I do love that one, and also I love that one in particular because it's generally associated with one of, if not my favourite song in the entire game.
Yeah, I did play that on the pre-stream today. Outer Rings, such a great song.
It's incredible. I mean, one of the things that I will always say so much about Epic Yarn is its soundtrack is phenomenal.
It really is, yeah. Like it's got more of a piano-driven soundtrack, which you don't really hear that much of, at least not as the primary instrumentation. So it is a nice change of pace, and it really does fit the mood of the game as well.
Oh yeah, and because basically you just end up with this really cute, fun little adventure, and I suppose the best way of describing it is quaint.
Yeah, like it's not too pronounced, but it like knows what mood it's going for and hits it.
Yeah, like playing Kirby's Epic Yarn is very much like just snuggling up in a blanket when it's cold and just sort of having a just warm cup of cocoa or what have you. It just sort of has that really nice warm feeling to it.
Yeah, I see Protector memes asking what version of Xenoblade's going to be played in the boss showcase. That's going to be the new one, the definitive editions. Over the last few weeks, Spar's been really busy getting that prepared and getting the save files ready so he can do the showcase, so that's going to be really cool.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the fact that, it didn't actually come out that long ago, did it? And Xenoblade Chronicles is a long-ass game.
Yeah, I suppose if you really like a game, then you really like a game, though, don't you?
It's very true, and you'll do whatever you can to get through these things.
Just let's put this in perspective here. Like, Spar's gone all his way through like a really long RPG that he's had to separate all the files and that just so he can do a proper showcase. And then there's me, whose preparation involved playing the cute little Kirby game.
Yeah, but then you've got the likes of me who's just like, I'll just turn up and blather on for like 3 hours and then bugger off. So, like, you definitely got much more levels of preparation than I do for this.
In fairness, though, you have a job.
Well, I mean, there is that. But still, always fun.
I mean,
and we've just had a chat question, just random general question. What kind of weapon would you like to have, and what would you be able to do with it?
A nice big sword.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I kind of agree with that. Like, love to just have one of those just massive anime swords. Equally, I mean, probably more fitting for me would be just like a massive anime magic staff or whatever. But the swords are just more awesome.
When I say a big sword, I mean one of the really big cool swords, like maybe a Buster Sword kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things. You give people the options of what a weapon can be and what it looks like, and it's just like, well, I'll take sort of the most epic,
the coolest one.
Yeah.
Look at him go.
I know, and just the bounce on him as well. Like, it's one of those things. If you look at Epic Yarn and you just go, so the way that they decided to kind of use Kirby in this game is to take away the one ability, well, the two abilities that he is most well known for.
Well, to be fair, like, as far as I recall, the first Kirby game I ever beat was Dreamland on the Game Boy, which also didn't have the suction abilities. So it's not really that out of character for Kirby in that respect.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But obviously, apart from really that first game and maybe the odd few, mostly things like Canvas Curse and is it Rainbow Curse?
I am not sure. That's the Wii U one, isn't it?
Yeah, basically the ones where you are controlling with touchpad and so on and so forth. They work differently as well.
Yeah, I will say I haven't played that many Kirby games. Like, I've played quite a few over the last few years. They're usually one of my I want something chill to play, let's just play some Kirby sort of things. But the ones I've played have all been consistently solid. I'll say probably the weakest link out of the ones I've played is probably Dreamland 2. But that's only really because some of the level design is a bit, if you go the wrong way, you're going to bugger yourself over, sort of thing.
Yeah. I mean, I think I've probably played most of the Kirby games that have been released since Epic Yarn, actually. Just because I played it and then just fell in love with everything it did, and then just wanted to sort of have that experience, and so have stuck at it all the way through to Star Allies.
So the trick with them little end screens, what you got to do is, when it is the red one at the very top, that's when you do the whip thing. Whatever's at the top is what it will land on. So like, just bear that in mind when you're trying to time it. It's a lot easier to time than the goal game from the other games.
Hell yes. And also, obviously there is sort of leeway. So if you sort of get it slightly off, then it will go tick over. But the general approach is if you get it whilst it's in the middle, then yeah, it'll flow.
Yeah.
So another question from the chat. What Nintendo system do you want to see get the NES/SNES Classic treatment? Protective Meme says GBA Classic to be a thing.
See, the thing with them is that I would rather the games just get like a re-release on the Switch than have a dedicated device for them.
Yeah.
It just means that you got to have another little box set up under your TV, which like, I'm counting 5 of the things right now. I don't need another one just to play some retro games.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're sort of talking about sort of if they were going to do it, which likely they might do, I would probably say a GameCube Classic would be pretty awesome because, as Tom says, imagine a tiny GameCube with a handle. It would be amazing.
Little mini lunchbox, yeah.
Exactly. But I definitely do agree with you that I think what would be better, and it's something that looks like it may or may not sort of be happening with the PlayStation 5, is basically either full backwards compatibility where possible. It's not really possible for Nintendo, but yeah, just releasing all of those games digitally in an e-store and just let people go that route, because you know what? There are so many games out there that I'm sure people would love to play. There's games that I know that I would have loved, but just never really got the chance to play. And if they'd been easier to access, then I would have gone for it. Like, I mean, I was very lucky to be able to play Tales of Symphonia when I did. Thankfully, they've made it easier to get now, but it was so rare back in the day. And same with Okami, like until the Wii release, trying to get a hold of that thing was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's surprising to me that Nintendo is so bad when it comes to making their games available.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing when it's like an obscure game that maybe the publisher's gone out of business or something, but like, actually, do me a favour, I'm curious. Can you go on eBay and see how much copies of, say, Mario Sunshine are going for? Just because that's an example of a game that you can't get on a modern system, despite being like a main series entry from one of the most famous characters in the world.
Yeah, well, helpfully, I type in You search Super Mario Sunshine video games, and the first thing that comes up is Call of Duty Modern Warfare PS4 digital download.
I can see where the mistake might be made there.
I can as well. So pre-owned, there's one for 22, which is a bid. There's a click and collect for $30.80, well, 30 quid.
Yeah.
One for 37 quid. One for 45 quid.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, so as you can see, when you make games difficult to get, they become quite expensive. It was very much the case with, I think, Xenoblade Chronicles on the Wii, actually.
That was for a long time, especially NTSC copies, because I think they only had a very limited run over there.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a pain, and I mean, I think we kind of both sit on the side of just, for the love of God, make games more accessible.
Yeah, because like Protector remains saying, that's why emulation's so rampant. Like, there are benefits to emulating in general, but I know a lot of people would prefer just to have a copy of a game they want to play, just if convenience, if nothing else, just so they can be on the Switch and play it handheld or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's why, from what it looks like Sony are doing for PlayStation 5, although that does seem to be much more just full backwards compatibility of some description, but obviously that is completely, we'll see where we're at. That is a really cool thing to be going with, because it means that you can play whatever games you like, and that's just awesome.
Mm-hmm. That should really be standard wherever possible. I know that, like, with Nintendo's weird and wonderful hardware quirks, like, it'd be hard to, say, get a 3DS game running on a different system that doesn't have two screens and whatnot. But like, for stuff like Wii U, GameCube, make it available, And I accidentally screwed myself out of an item there.
Yes, you did.
I think. Let's see, can I make this?
Very hard for it.
Oh, no, I can't make it.
No, you do need that platform, because, I mean, you potentially would have been able to make it were it not for the water, because the water dripping down does just slow your movement briefly as you go by.
Yeah. I do remember when I was recording my long play of this game a few weeks ago that, like, I ended up having to reset this level like 3 times because just as a force of habit, I just destroy the thing that's in front of me.
Yeah, I mean, there are quite a few beginner's traps in Epic Yarn, which, I mean, it makes sense because, as I said, it's not a difficult game. It's a very easy game, to be honest.
Like, that is the difficulty, to be fair. It's like, it's not punishing, but it just means that if you want to replay it and you know where all the things are, then you can get by just finding you've got a reason to replay it.
Yes.
It's like, beginner's traps annoy me when they kill you. If it's just like you don't get a bonus or something, then like it's fair enough. It's, say, like, motivation to replay it.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember when the game came out, and really for ever since it came out, the sort of main criticism of Epic Yarn is that it's too easy.
Oh, it's easy by design. It's not like it's easy because they didn't balance it properly.
Exactly. And it's that whole thing of, because you can't die. Oh yeah, I forgot about the penguin surfboarder. I love the penguin surfboarder. This is just hilarious.
Yeah, we're surfing now.
Yeah, so it's one of the things I will always go to bat for Epic Yarn, because it's perfectly fine to have a game be easy. And ultimately the challenge with Epic Yarn is trying to get everything and trying to get the best rank. And that particularly is not that easy, because there are a few levels that are particularly challenging to get done perfectly.
Yeah.
And also, if you actually want to 100% it, then you do have to do a lot of work, because you've got to complete all of the mini games that you get from inviting people to live in the apartment block. And
I'm not doing that.
And yeah, like, I remember when so way back when I did my, I did a playthrough of this actually. I did so much of them, but it was just like, I'm not going to do all of them because I don't have that level of patience.
Well, they're not that interesting, really.
Exactly. once you've seen them a couple of times, you've basically seen all of them.
So, like, I did one while we were talking about other stuff on screen, but
Yeah.
like, there's a few variants. There's like hide and seek. There's getting to the end within a time limit. There's one
Yeah.
where you got to carry somebody to the end, and that's
Yes.
got its own like juggling stuff around and whatnot. I forget
Yes.
what the others were. I think there's like a
So-
race. I want to
Yeah,
say.
so there's hide and seek, race, escort. I think there's one where you've got to collect a certain number of beads.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember all the others, but on the side of that, we have a new donation of $9.89 from Lance Esgard. Gotta go to bed, past midnight my time, but here's 10% of the Flower Field score as a donation. An idea if anyone else wants to make those beads count, or if you want an excuse for wacky donation amounts. Thank you very much. And
Thank
yeah,
you.
totally. If you want to give us some, weird and wonderful donation amounts that are, going to completely set off my OCD, it's definitely a good shout.
I like how we've found a way to monetize for charity a health condition you have.
I know, it's great, isn't it? I mean, to be fair, it's not actual OCD, it's more OCD-like symptoms.
To be fair, I've kind of got a similar sort of thing. It's like, I don't have obsessive compulsive disorder, but like some of the traits of my anxiety are somewhat similar. So like, there's a lot of crossover. I know that they sometimes diagnose people with both.
Ooh, sorry, just was about to say something there. Just inhaled some oxygen at the wrong time, and yeah. Just gonna take a sip there.
Yeah, it might be an idea. Get some drink going.
Oh, yeah, no, I think you're definitely right. It's one of those things of, I mean, I think it often happens with a lot of neurological disorders in a way, because there is generally a lot of overlap. Because some of the traits of obsessive compulsive disorder are things like certain things always have to be a certain way, or like having to constantly clean something because there's just that need to do it. And if something's not that, then it really sort of drives you up the wall. So yeah, for me, having numbers that are not sort of round, or I mean, I'm okay with like the X99, not so like 99p stuff. For some reason, that's okay.
Probably got used to that because it's like such a cynical marketing thing, isn't it?
I know, but if it's anything other than that, my brain just goes, "Oh no, I don't like that." Ooh.
Yeah, someone needs to round this up.
Yeah. So yeah, so it's just the way it is. This is quite a fun level. I mean, beanstalks are always fun, but yeah, just sort of jumping on Waddle Dees, flying up on balloons is just quite awesome. Trying
not to instinctively kill the ones that I'm standing on.
Yeah, I mean that is always the challenge, but it doesn't really matter if you kill them or not.
Oh yeah, they are infinitely spawning. I suppose they're just being made in that little box that's slightly off screen.
Yeah, and Tom is very much correct that Waddlies are usually cute, but they're on another level in this game, and they really, really are. They are absolutely adorable. Like, this is, I would say, the cutest Kirby game to have ever existed.
Actually, come to mention it, I think in terms of the story, these are fake Waddle Dees that have been made by Yin Yang. So
yeah, they are. They are technically fake Waddle Dees, but they're as good as Waddle Dees.
They do the job. They're things for me to throw at other things.
Yeah. And we have got another donation, $5 from Not Stephen Fry. I would like to give you all a Kirby joke, but they all suck.
Nice one.
Bravo. And actually, so Crazy Eric in the chat brings up a point of the yarn games in general tend to be pretty dang cute. And that actually brings up a point of, honestly, I would love to see another sort of yarn game, because while technically whatever the other Yoshi game was it Yoshi's Crafted World?
Yeah, that game, I played
Yeah,
the demo of it. It seems okay, but God, they need to sort out the music for the Yoshi games. There's, like, it seems to have been a recurring thing. Like, there's that one
yes.
on the 3DS that had like hilariously bad music, and
Yeah, I
Crafted
think that was
World.
Yoshi's Story or something.
I think so, yeah. And then Crafted World, it's just like it's not as laughable, but it's not good either.
No, which is a shame because Woolly World had a pretty damn decent soundtrack.
Yeah, like
Um,
when people think of Yoshi, like I've never played Yoshi's Island myself, but I know that there's at least a good couple of songs that people really like from that game.
yeah, um, but I mean, I suppose to be fair, Yoshi isn't necessarily the go-to franchise for music, at least not in my memory.
Yeah, but I know like Nintendo usually have a good track record with stuff in general, so
Oh, definitely they do. But we are already at the end of the first world, and we get our first boss,
yeah.
Fangora.
So what I've got to try to do here is to get the highest medal because that's what
Yes.
unlocks the optional stages. So I'm with this guy. He's actually one of the hardest ones to do it with because, like, the way the game encourages you to play, you'll beat him before you have enough beads. So I'm gonna try and get a few extra cycles out of him to get some more beads going.
Yeah, I mean, that is the way to go about it. Basically, as you can see on the top bar, you're effectively going for a platinum ranking
Yeah.
on this rather than gold. And you get it by hitting the boss and getting the beads. And basically, all of the bosses will do certain attacks that will automatically net you a lot of beads. Others, you sort of got to choose your moment. So with Fangora, if you got to throw the fireballs back at it in order to get those beads. If you go through just pulling its tongue, which is how you beat the boss, yeah, you will kill it far too quickly.
Yeah, I accidentally threw one of the fireballs into one of the other fireballs and wasted me shot there, so I'm gonna give him another cycle.
Yeah, that is always the risk with this fight, but it happens.
Yeah, I can just keep him going until I got all the beads and then I'll start pulling on his tongue.
Yeah, which is fair.
God, this boss music is so bloody good.
It really is. I mean, honestly, like, I will go to bat and say that Epic Yarn is one of the best Kirby games out there. Like, I'm sure there are people out there who will disagree with me, but even though it doesn't do the typical things that Kirby has been known to do, it's really fun. It has some great levels, and it has an outstanding soundtrack and a really fun design and aesthetic that is really unlike a lot of things.
Okay, I've got enough beads for the patch. Let's start trying to actually fight him now.
Yeah, would be a good shout.
If I don't miss the bloody thing.
Oh, there's always something, isn't there? Obviously, one of the things that Flame's going to have to make sure to do is to not get hit.
Yeah.
Because if you get hit, you lose beads.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the end of the world because you can pick up the beads again if you get hit. But obviously, you don't want to make it more difficult for yourself if you can help it.
Right, I should have decent enough excess here.
Yeah, I think you'll be fine.
And he's gone.
Hey!
Why does Prince Fluff get to do the little dance? He didn't do anything.
Well, I suppose partially because he's my bestie, but it's probably more so that obviously you are actually able to play through the game two-player mode. So second player can play as Prince Fluff, which is why Kirby has the moveset that he does, because it means that both characters have exactly the same moveset. So I think it's probably more that and just making life easier in the grand scheme of things, so they didn't have to code a two-player victory dance. I suppose it's probably more that, but there we go.
As far as I recall, during development, wasn't he meant to be an OC like for this as a new
Yes.
IP, and then Kirby got added later as like
Yes.
when they decided that it would work better as a Kirby game.
Yeah. So what happened was Goodfeel they were just working on their own idea. They had the idea of a world of yarn, as proposed by Madoka Yamauchi, and they sort of the mechanics grew out of that. They sort of experimented with store-bought cloth, and it began development under the name Gato no Fluff, or literally Fluff of Yarn, featuring Prince Fluff as the main character. But then, during the summer of 2009, Nintendo made the proposal that the game be altered and released as a Kirby title. Obviously, since Nintendo have the say-so in what happens, that's what happened. But Prince Fluff remains a part of the final product because, obviously, as a design, cute, adorable, he works in the context.
He does just fit as a Kirby character, yeah.
Yeah. So obviously they made that shift. So apparently at least 3 months were spent focusing on Kirby's character movements and design. And the development was overseen by HAL's Laboratories character production section, as well as Warpstar Inc., which is a company which was put together in 2001 to manage the use of Kirby. So they effectively, I'm attacking my laptop there, effectively sort of try and get it to sort of match up. And one of the things that's also quite cool is that to create the authentic feel for cloth and textiles, the graphics that you see were created by using digital photographs of fabric, which were then placed under polygons.
That is a good way of texturing. I've seen that happen in a few just general graphic design outlets. It does work if you just apply different ripped textures from a photograph.
Oh yeah. And honestly, I think it works really well because this all just looked like yarn and fabric, and I don't know. I think it's interesting because it's got a level of artistic design to it that I suppose games that have gone for a much more realistic crafted look haven't quite matched. Do you get what I mean?
Sort of, yeah. It's like it keeps itself cartoony enough that it kind of it's made itself its own little world rather than just trying to do something else, like try and imitate something.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's probably another reason why I do actually prefer Epic Yarn to Woolly World is I just prefer its overall aesthetic. And just had a question in the chat, specifically for me, but you won't want to answer as well, Flame. Now that I've done with my Marvel binge, how do I rank the MCU movies overall? Well, there's a lot of films in there. What I'd probably say is you are probably best to check out my hashtag Marvel May, hashtag Infinity June thread, because I did do short little reviews and grades in that. But ultimately, the ones that got the top spot in my rankings were Avengers Endgame, Avengers Infinity War. I'm just getting up the my categories of things. Captain America: Winter Soldier. Yeah, so Infinity War, Endgame, and Winter Soldier were my top 3. Worst one was, I'm pretty sure, Thor: Dark World.
I don't think I've seen any of them films, if I'm being honest. I'm not a film person at all, I will say.
Yeah, which is fair enough, like, not everybody is. Like, I mean, I would say one of the things that I know is that I am very much a weird combination of geekdom, because it's video games, it's films, it's books, it's theatre, and generally you don't get all of those in one. You tend to get sort of like someone's much more of a gamer, someone's much more of a film buff, but somehow I'm an absolute nerd of all of them. But you know, I've never gone short on these things.
Yeah, that's whatever takes your interest, isn't it?
Exactly.
But I will say that was probably the weakest of the bonus stages that I just did. That's why I didn't really draw any attention to it. But these are the first 2 of the optional Metamortech stages. There's the mole hole, it's called, yep.
Yes.
And now I'm going on to Weird Woods, which I believe this is a UFO one.
This is indeed a UFO one. So basically, the way that the whole thing works is that you get your first bonus stage by getting the max patch on the boss, and then you get another Metamortech stage upon getting a patch in the bonus level. Correct?
Yeah, like I think all you got to do is just beat the first bonus level in the world to unlock the second one. So I don't remember having any trouble unlocking it when I was doing my practice runs. So,
No,
and I probably would have, given some of these, like, they're not hard, but because they're based on the Metamorphics unlocks, they do play quite a bit differently to the main levels. So, like, with this one, for example, I end up mostly just bouncing all over the place and into pretty much everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically how UFO works. It's a very bouncy type of transformation, but it is really cool, and also it's fun because UFO is sort of a long-standing transformation and copy ability that Kirby's had for years.
Yeah, like that. I remember playing through that in the NES one, Kirby's Adventure, which that game I do like a lot, but it's actually one of the cases where I much prefer the Game Boy Advance remake of it.
Yeah.
And it is purely a presentation thing in terms of how it runs, because like Kirby's Adventure on the NES, it's one of the ones that it's fine, but it has some performance issues. And you know, like, it hasn't aged quite as well, whereas Nightmare in Dreamland, it fixes up a lot of that. And I actually really do like the new look of the game as well. Like, I know that's more of a divisive thing, but I think that the GBA one looks really good.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I think it's always an interesting thing when it comes to remakes of obviously the look, the feel, what they do to the levels, the controls. And there is always going to be some people who are going to much prefer the original, and some people who are going to much prefer the remake or the remaster or what have you. And ultimately, it's just the way these things work.
Yeah, basically.
Also, Scarface.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay out of his way.
I will say, like, Scarfies are one of those Kirby enemies where you just look and you just go, "Oh God, no! Please, no! Go away! I hate you." They're not necessarily as terrifying here as they are in regular Kirby, but still.
Yeah, it's like they give off the same sort of vibe as basically all the Metropolis Zone enemies. Of like, yeah, I'd prefer if you weren't here.
Yeah.
Still better than 3K though. Just saying.
Oh, you're just gonna have so much fun with Tom later.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
During the Kirby game, which is literally all about friendship.
Yeah. Well, friendship can be interpreted in several different ways, and if he prefers the less good classics on the game, I'm just gonna have to make a little note of that.
Oh dear. So, Deimos is asking, will there be any fun donation incentives for Star Allies?
Not for Star Allies. I left the incentive for Epic Yarn just because I am playing both of the games back to back today, and I kind of didn't want it to go on for too long. And also, the bonus stuff in Star Allies is like you do have to find stuff throughout the levels, and I didn't really want to risk it becoming like a guide game.
Yeah, which to be honest, fair dues, because it's a
fun
not a
game,
difficult
but
game.
it's like I don't really want to be doing that after like 8 hours of playing, you know.
Definitely not. I mean, the fact that sort of anybody was even attempting like Mario 64 last night, I'm just like, yep, no, I'm off to bed. Like, basically, like Tom and Flame generally sort of take the mickey out of me. It's just like kind of Grandpa Richie. I'm just like, yeah, midnight, I'm off to bed. Thank you.
You have a normal sleep schedule. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, like anytime sort of like anybody plays for like manages to do like 8 hours, I'm just like, I am very impressed. I would not be able to do that. Like normally I play for like a couple of hours and I'm just like, oh no, that's me done for the day. That's enough.
See, the weird thing is that like for the sake of the marathons, I have been sort of going to bed a bit earlier than I normally do. Because my thing is, when I'm working, like quote unquote working, like I usually do better overnight. I suppose it's because there's like less people outside, less likely to have like family moving about, phones going, all the sort of shit that flares up my anxiety. So like if I can just work at night, then I can just get on with stuff. I don't have any interruptions or anything.
Yeah.
But naturally, we want to do these streams when people are actually awake to enjoy them. So, you know, I kind of got to adapt to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a little bit of a challenge in timetabling, but hey, also some people are just night owls. It's just the way it is.
See, like, I've got more accustomed to this because I've never really been good at going to bed early. I just have a problem of just nodding off. Like, if I'm not beyond tired, then I just sort of lay there miserable. So I've kind of got in a habit of wait till I'm tired, then go to bed. But, like, it was at its worst when I was in college, I would say, because, like, I would have to get the bus at, like, 6 o'clock. And, like, that's not waking up time, that's bedtime.
Yeah. Well, since we are on to World 2, I suppose it's a good as time as any to remind you why we're all here today. So, welcome to the Super Nintendothon. We are here raising money for the wonderful charity that is Child's Play, who help make kids' stay in hospital more bearable by giving them the joy of video games. We're going to be here for, I think it's technically 9 days now, because we've already had a day complete. It's a 10-day marathon, with some added extra incentives at the end if you manage to get far enough. Current goal, well, the overall goal that we're aiming for this year is to get to $4,000 by the end of the marathon. Already, thanks to people's major generosity, we are already over halfway to that goal. We've managed to raise $2,015.58, which, I mean, is amazing. And thank you so much to everybody who's donated so far. You're incredible. But obviously, we're trying to raise even more. In terms of sort of those incentives that we're trying to get you for, every single $500 you are unlocking a brand new incentive game, which is going to extend the marathon that little bit longer and provide you with some new great content. Currently, we're working towards Luigi's Mansion, which you will unlock at $2,500, and we're sort of about $485 away from that, so a little bit away, but certainly possible. And considering, we managed to make it to 2,000 in less than a day and a half, like, come on, I think we can do it. Other games that you can look forward to, if you manage to get even further, is if we get to $3,000, you will unlock Conker's Bad Fur Day. And then, if you get to $3,500, you unlock. It was going to be Wario Land Super Mario Land 3, but we've had a last minute adjustment to that, and it's going to be Captain Toad's Treasure Tracker instead, which, to be honest, is a great shout because Captain Toad's Treasure Tracker is adorable and a delightful chill game to sort of house part of the marathon. And also, Captain Toad just needs sort of rocking support. Also, yay, the RC car!
Yes.
And last but not least, if we manage to get to $4,000, our sort of final goal, you will unlock Metroid Prime 3.
I did see someone in chat asking what I did in college. I actually studied journalism, and you can kind of figure out how well that worked out.
Yeah, I have to say, like, it's one of those things of, as much as some people will say everyone must go to college and go through academia, it's just not meant to be for some people. Like, some people just don't work well in that context.
Well, to me, like, I passed. I am actually more qualified in journalism than most gaming journalists, so I got that to me.
Very true.
I got that to me name.
It's very true. But yeah, it's just like, I mean, I'm very much sort of the type of person who, like, university for me was the right choice because my brain is very much more in the academic mindset. But you just got to find what's right for you and go the route that you want to take.
Yep. Or stall by having a YouTube quote-unquote career for a few years.
Yeah, I mean, that is also perfectly valid.
It's not. You don't have to lie, Rich.
But yeah, I mean, I suppose part of me kind of like looking at it would have liked to have, had like a proper YouTube career, I suppose, in a way. But then equally, God no, because it's doing YouTube is a lot of effort, and it requires a lot of energy and time, and you don't necessarily get so much of a life outside of it unless you sort of are really successful and are managing to pull that off. And yeah, it's a lot of work, and to be honest, for me, easier to just go sort of, more standard approach to life and getting money. Although that said, it's not stopping me from, writing and trying to be an author. I mean, technically I am an author because I've got a book published. Hey! Yeah. Shameless self-promotion in the middle of a charity marathon. But yeah, like, it's just the way it all works.
Oh, you still do stuff with us, so you're not free of this curse just yet.
No, I am not. But to be honest, apart from watching you just ground pound into lava, it's very smooth. Thank God this is the.
Don't worry, don't worry. I did it again.
You're gonna have to get better at that because, like, why do you want to kill Kirby? Like, what is wrong with you?
I don't. I'm just not very good at controlling him.
It's fine.
Oh shit! Too close.
Far too close.
Let's just put it down this time.
Probably a safer option, yes. But yeah, like, YouTube careers are difficult, so props to anyone who does manage to pull it off.
Yeah, just give it your best shot, and if it goes tits up, blame the algorithm.
I mean, yeah, basically.
Come on, up you go. There we go.
Yeah, so this is one of the fun things with this particular level is that because you've got this lava flow underneath, you can let some beads and stuff fall in there, and they will sort of roll along until they get into the volcano, and then they will erupt. and that's just quite awesome. Also, you can jump on these guys, and they do absolutely sweet on all apart from drop.
Yeah, and I got a stone lamp. I can't wait to
Hey!
not put that up.
I know, although I take a look at that stone lamp, and my brain just goes, looks vaguely like a uterus and ovaries, which is an odd thing to think about. But it's one of the things where it's like, I suppose it's because I now work in marketing for a university, but specifically for the medicine courses. So my brain is much more switched on to medical things right now. So yeah, it just looks vaguely like uterus. Also, yay, Fire Engine Kirby!
This is fun.
It really is. I would say it's not one of the best transformations, purely because the flow of water can be a little bit finicky to pull off.
Yeah, that's controlled with the motion controls, so
yeah,
I am sort of tilting this all over the place right now.
Yeah, you sort of just end up going, waggle it, it'll do what I want it to do eventually.
Yeah.
But it's really cute and really fun. I suppose sort of that opens up, because we'll get to them all eventually. What would you say is your favourite Metamorphics transformation? What's your least favourite?
I would say favourite is the one I mentioned earlier, the space one.
Oh yeah.
And I would say least favourite is the digger.
Yeah, no, I definitely get that.
Either the digger or the train. The train's not that great either. But...
yeah, I think I'd probably say Digger's my least favourite because I like the music for the train and I like the concept of the train, but the execution of the train is not 100% amazing.
Yeah, it's just a little bit slow, really.
Yeah. But yeah, it's always fun.
This is technically an escape sequence, I know it doesn't look much like one right now, but...
It depends on how slow you are at getting up this. I think it does speed up after a certain point, but in the grand scheme of things, yeah, you're probably going to get through this all right. Kirby's Epic Yarn is not trying to make you have a nightmare. It's just trying to, get you to get through things decently.
Just keep you on your toes a little bit.
Yeah. Like, as you can see, here's the point sort of where you are potentially going to have a little bit more of a challenge, just because you've got to really go to the top of your jump.
Because I'm not very good at jumping.
So I'm pretty sure that Epic Yarn does have that whole element to it, where the harder you pull, the harder you press the button, the higher Kirby jumps.
I think so, yeah. I just got cucked out of the 5-star.
Oh. But hey, at least you still get 3 stars. It's better than 2. And also, you've got your 3-star medal. And that's really what you're after.
Yeah. Megadom's asking about the different versions of Epic Yarn. I'm playing the Wii version here because it's 60 FPS. The 3DS one, it runs at 30, but they did add a couple of extra transformations. So I suppose it comes down to which side you find more important.
Yeah, I mean, I've not played the 3DS version, but I would probably say that I would probably always recommend Epic, the Wii version over the 3DS version, if only because the controls fit perfectly. Obviously, bigger screen, so generally higher quality visuals. And it's just, I don't know, I feel like it works a bit better. But from what I do know, and obviously what some of the people in the chat are saying, is that Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn is longer to 100% because I think it has a few new stages. And also it's a little bit harder, I think partially because of the controls and partially for various other reasons. So you sort of, it's a bit of a weird balance. But I suppose it's something that always happens when you port a game to a significantly different console.
Yeah, Nintendo are a bit weird for that. They do downports quite a fair bit. Like, I know that the Donkey Kong Country Returns got a 3DS
Yes.
port as well.
Yes, it did. I actually played that one.
Alright, how is that?
It was all right. I will be honest. I'm not really a Donkey Kong Country aficionado, and having played Donkey Kong Country Returns on the 3DS, I can't say I ever necessarily will be. Not that it's not a good game, it's just that I don't know, it didn't quite feel right to me.
Yeah, fair enough.
And so it's not my type of game, which is just one of those things.
Cool.
Just like Metroid isn't. Like, I can totally appreciate the quality of Metroid, but just don't necessarily enjoy it all that much.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I'll say, like, I'm going to be playing Donkey Kong Land later in the marathon. I think that might be tomorrow, actually. And that's one of the games that I've put a bit of time into. And that is another. So it's not a port, but it's like a downward, like readaptation of Donkey Kong Country, the SNES game. And I have a bit of a weird fascination with games like that, I will say, because like, it always kind of pushes the game developers' creativity when they don't have like the highest quality like material to work with in terms of hardware and whatnot. So that's pretty cool. I have played the Super Nintendo Donkey Kong Country, but I haven't really spent that much time with it. I've also played the Game Boy Color port of the first one, which is interesting.
Totally fair. In the middle of that, got a lovely question from Tom. So, Richie, why are we here today? I mean, obviously, we've kind of already covered it, but we'll cover it again because, you know, it's a charity marathon. This is exactly the stuff we do.
Don't worry, Tom's going senile. He forgets sometimes.
Yeah. It's just having that whole balance of figuring out exactly the times of exactly when to, you know, do the chill, when to just chill, and so on and so forth. But it's always worth reminding people why we are here today. So we are raising money for the wonderful charity that is Child's Play, helping make kids stay in hospital better by providing them the joy of video games. Our goal this year is to try and make $4,000 for them. Obviously, if we can make even more than that, even better. But obviously you're not getting that for absolutely nothing. We are providing wonderful content, maybe wonderful in quotation marks, but we're going to definitely try over the next couple of weeks with all sorts of Nintendo games, both new, old, quirky, classic, all manner of things, good and bad. I think there's a couple of questionable just choices in there as well, but you know, a little bit of bad game is always quite fun in a charity marathon. So today is Kirby Day. So we're currently in the middle of Epic Yarn, which is adorable and really cute and is awesome. And after this is done, Flame will be moving on with Kirby Star Allies. Then July the 13th is Donkey Kong Day. July the 14th is sort of it's Rare Day because you've got GoldenEye 64, Killer Instinct, Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge. July 15th is Pokemon Day. July 16th is sort of a bit of an odd day because you've got Star Fox Assault, Tetris 99, ARMS, WarioWare Gold, Yoshi Safari. Then you get the sports games on the 17th. The 18th is our Zelda Day with Link's Awakening on the Switch. And then 19th is sort of racing / challenge day, which is going to end on an awesome Smash Bros Ultimate tournament. And then the final day of the marathon is going to be Tom losing his marbles, playing 100% on Donkey Kong 64. And whilst I was doing my blathering, we've just had a $200 donation.
Oh my god.
From Mendez8 saying, hey, thank you so much. That is amazing.
Thank you very much.
And that puts us even closer to our next milestone for incentive games, because each each 100. I mean, that'd be a quick bunch of incentives, wouldn't it? Each $500, you're going to unlock a brand new incentive game. So the next one that we're working towards is $2,500, where you will unlock the GameCube version of Luigi's Mansion. We are currently $284.42 away from that. After that, at $3,000, it'll be Conker's Bad Fur Day. At $3,500, it'll be Captain Toad's Treasure Tracker, and at $4,000, it'll be Metroid Prime 3. So you guys can do this, and I believe in you.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at how I'm buggering up these very basic jumps because I'm getting distracted by the other falling blocks.
I mean, I will say this is probably one of the more difficult pure platforming sections of the game, purely because of just the order in which they go through things. Like, I think that sort of the simplest route that you go down is you need the middle one to drop, you jump on the middle one to jump left, and then you've got to sort of very quickly move around and out the way in order to get in a right position in order to get through. But you should be good to go now, because you should have enough heights to get through.
I forgot to go into car.
Oh, God's sake, mate.
Right. There we go. Right, I'm over on the left now.
Good, because otherwise I was seriously going to be judging your abilities.
Here we
I mean,
go.
I wouldn't be judging too much, but like, it would have been one of those like silent judgments of just going, "What are you playing at?"
You haven't mastered the art of the subtweet yet. That's the best way of judging people.
Oh no, I have mastered the art of the subtweet, but obviously it's a little bit difficult to subtweet in a live charity marathon where you're talking away, because like obviously people can't see the side eye. But yeah, Digger.
It sure is here.
Yeah, it's a little bit slow.
So what we're saying is we don't dig it.
Basically, yes.
I got to bring something to these. Oh, I did the wrong one. Oh well.
It's shameful. Doesn't really matter though. Like, I mean, it kind of does. Like, it's potentially going to be your first non-gold flame. That's do it again.
Okay. In the kindest way possible. Go fuck yourself.
So no, you did get gold in the end. That's fine. I mean, that is one of the reasons why generally you want to pick up all of the star tabs as you go, because it means that if you happen to have not necessarily done it as well during the rest of the level, you can sometimes pull it back right at the end. So it can be a really helpful tool for getting you over those rankings if you need it.
Yeah, and that's a good summary of why I like this game. It makes me feel good, even when I haven't earned it.
Yeah, which, I mean, to be honest, I wish more games would kind of do that, because like, there's no harm in there being nice, easy, fun games. And I think that as a sort of collective, gamers need to sort of get that through their heads. Not everything needs to be ultra difficult, Dark Souls level difficulty.
Well, no,
because
there's
things a bit easy.
No, because there absolutely is a market for difficult games, and especially games like the Souls games, which are made from the ground up to be difficult. That's how they're designed. That works well. Like,
Yes.
I feel like it's less about the general difficulty. Like, this is kind of a rare case where it's deliberately made to be very easy. I think the right balance is that, like, have difficult levels, but like don't have restrictive life systems and that, because then like it encourages people to carry on playing the hard level because it's not that frustrating if you bugger up.
Yes.
Like, because that is like the thing that I feel like is the middle ground that until recently wasn't really being hit. Like, it has got a lot better, especially like a lot of the retro throwback kind of games that sort of carry the spirit of classic games, but just want to ease people into them a little bit more. Like Shovel Knight's a good example of that.
Yes.
It gives you infinite lives, but the level design is made to not be super difficult, but it's a little bit harder than, say, your typical modern platformer.
Oh yeah, definitely. And to be honest, I think that is the right approach, because it just makes life a lot easier for everybody, and also just it's more fun. And I mean, sort of, in addition to sort of that whole conversation about difficulty levels, I will always throw in the conversation of just accessibility in general, and that's just because it's something that I'm really passionate about in the work that I do anyway, in terms of making sure that like websites are accessible, that the content I create is accessible for people, so even if they are blind or what have you, they can still enjoy the content. And I think that it's something that gaming is getting better at, in the grand scheme of things. Like, more and more games are providing really good and in-depth accessibility options, and I just hope that does continue, because everyone deserves to enjoy the wonders of video games.
That's the sort of thing that I like, the genuine accessibility measures. I do kind of worry that the discourse surrounding that, like, it feels like there's some certain things that have poisoned the well with that, because like, accessibility, the stuff that needs to be done is, like, I believe that every game should have subtitles as an option. I believe every game should have, like, you know, should have like colorblind modes wherever it's possible. I feel like the work going into stuff like adaptive controllers and whatnot, so people who have difficulties moving certain limbs can still play the game, that is all very important stuff as far as I'm concerned. What bothers me a little bit is that accessibility has kind of become a bit of a scapegoat for reporters who just want basically every game to be easy, because like, it's like, good accessibility isn't making the game easy to play, it's about meaning that everybody has the chance to have a go at it and has a chance to like develop the skill to play it. So like, the barriers should be taken down, but the difficulty shouldn't be taken along with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think sort of the games which I probably the most appreciate in terms of sort of dealing with that particular not gnarly issue, because it is a bit of a gnarly issue of where does difficulty come in terms of accessibility. But I think the games that at least give you the options of what bits you perhaps want easier, like kind of maybe lowering the difficulty of puzzles or lowering the difficulty of combat but keeping the difficulty of the puzzles, and it's, I suppose, the flexibility. But obviously those particular discussions are something that needs to be had in terms of the game itself and how the game functions and how you want people to feel when playing the game. So it is a balance, and as I said, I think the games industry is getting better at it, far more than it ever used to. And I mean, even sort of the last couple of years, I mean, look at Spyro Reignited, when that initially got released and had absolutely no subtitles, which was ridiculous. And I mean, even now with the subtitles that they have given, it's in a font that's not necessarily the most easy to read.
How do they manage to bugger that up? Just give you like a basic sans serif text and then it does the job.
Yeah, like it's not that difficult. But hey, it happens. At least they do have subtitles now. But it's an ongoing discussion, one that, yeah, as I said, it's getting better, but there's still a ways to go. But that's the same with basically every other thorny issue in the games industry.
Yeah, because I feel like when it comes to the difficulty of stuff, like there's some stuff that I can look past, like depending on the kind of game. Like I know some games that are like QTE heavy, they tend to have like a difficulty mode that turns down the like you don't have to respond quite as quickly. Which
Yes.
that is like a genuine accessibility thing, and for the kind of games that it affects, like I believe the Dark Pictures games have that now, and that's fine in that case because it's not gonna like go against the vision of the game if you get an extra couple of seconds to press the X button or whatever,
Oh yeah.
like that. In that case, it's fair. Just what I kind of mean when I say that I don't like the arguments poisoning the well is that stuff like the debate around Sekiro, that was when it kind of came to a head. That game is designed from the ground up to have a specific kind of combat, and that's not the sort of thing that you can just plaster an easy mode on without losing that. And that would be a very difficult thing to go about. And it is one of the things that I know it doesn't counteract the issue or whatnot, but I do find it funny when there's a lot of perfectly well-abled games journalists making a big issue out of it, and then you see some guy just beating it with his nose or whatever,
Yeah, I mean, those are always the slightly ironic bits of just going, oh boy.
Yeah.
But yes, this fight is awesome. I love this fight.
Yeah, good old Hot Wings here. This one, I don't remember being quite as hard to get enough beads for. I've just got to make a point of picking them up whenever they're on screen.
Oh yeah, I would say Hot Wings definitely gives you more chances to attack regularly, because it's pretty much constantly firing fireballs off at you, which is very different to Fangora, who it's only in very small, specific moments that happens. Although, I'm getting completely proven wrong right now with Hot Wings deciding to go with multiple attacks that are not the fireballs. But that said, I'd say visually it's a little bit more variable and exciting. So it works out in the grand scheme of things.
I know the third phase is a bit harder to not get hit on because of where they throw the birds out.
Definitely. I suppose the other thing is that actually looking at it, because you technically have to do 6 hits in order to get Hot Wings defeated, because you've got to hit it in order to be able to damage it properly. That means that generally, blooming out flame.
I got the patch back. It's fine.
It is fine. But yeah, so it is automatically a lot easier in order to get that patch. Because if you do all the hits necessary and get all the beads, then you're probably gonna be fine. It's then just a case of not losing them before the end of the fight.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
I have done that without getting hit before. I do want to clarify it.
Yeah, but one of the things that you do need to be aware of, well, not you, Flame, obviously, but anybody who wants to play Epic Yarn, is that generally if you pull the final hit, then the beads will disappear and you don't pick them up, so you're going to want to do that before you actually do the killing blow. Otherwise, you might get screwed out of beads.
We did it! We got a piece of the magic yarn. The magic yarn shimmered and spiraled and swirled
And
high
I do love this narrator. He says, not being able to actually listen to the narrator, because otherwise I'd be hearing like myself on loop. But yeah, I do love the narrator for Epic Yarn. I'll try and get his name up, because he's like a proper radio person.
I feel like I recognise his voice from somewhere, but I can't place where.
Yeah, I think he's a pretty not necessarily majorly well-known person, but I think he did a lot of radio in the UK.
It sounds like a radio voice, yeah.
Strange. That
Um,
body was
yeah,
actually
so
one of
it's
Yarn's creations.
Paul Voran, who was a British
Yeah.
journalist, radio presenter of art and science
Soon
programs throughout the
Dreamland will
70s
be
and
wrapped
80s.
around my knitting
But also,
needles.
he was a semi-professional jazz and classical musician and a narrator of many
What sort of
BBC
plan was he
science
stringing
documentaries,
together?
including Horizon.
Yeah. Power Pro
And
Man saying Paper Mario the Origami King looks great.
and also, actually, his voice was also apparently used in Tesco's Every Little Helps promotions.
Alright.
It was also used in Colgate's toothpaste commercials, and also at the start of Phone Network Orange's thing, because it was his voice that said the tagline, "The future's bright, the future's orange."
They might be where I know the voice from, honestly.
Yeah, so basically, one of those people who a lot of people in the UK probably have heard the voice, but wouldn't necessarily attribute it. But yeah, he sadly passed away in 2014, so about 6 years ago.
Oh.
But he's got a really comfy voice, and that's nice.
It is the perfect voiceover for a game like this.
Oh god, yes.
But yes, here we have the first of the optional levels in Lava Land. This is the fire engine level. And there is a lot of standing around waiting in this level, so it might not be quite as strong as the one in the main game, like with the fire engine, but it's still pretty fun.
Oh, definitely.
I believe one of these lava snakes has an item, so I should probably just fight them.
Yes, I believe it's in its tail, but obviously you just murder all of them. I mean, why would you not? It's an enemy and it'll give you beads.
It was in his head.
Oh, it was in his head. Wrong end, but same principle. Now, if I recall correctly, I think because there's so much fire and because of Fire Engine Kirby's, I suppose, lack of maneuverability and also like situations like that, it can be a little challenging to sort of keep the gold on this one. And also to get everything that you want to, purely because it is effectively an auto-scroller.
Yeah, that might be why I'm not as big on this as the other one, just because like, I'm a bit impatient.
Yeah, I mean, also, I'm never the biggest fan of auto-scroller levels because it's just like, I'm fine with going through levels at a particular pace, but generally, it's like, either give me a fast pace and let me sort of rush through it, or let me go at my own pace, please, rather than having to sit and wait. And yeah, it's this bit that's the generally probably the major sticking point for really getting completion on this particular level, purely because you've got to know which platform to go on at which time in order to get the things.
I think if you want the disc, it's the left one, but I may be wrong with that.
Yeah, it was one of those moments of just going, I can't actually remember which way around it goes. Yeah, it has been a long time since I actually sat down and played Epic Yarn. I think the last time I touched it was when I did my playthrough of it.
Alright.
So that is years ago at this point. But as no, I said quite a bit earlier, the challenge with Epic Yarn is not getting through the game, it's completing it. And to be honest, that is always where I much prefer challenge to sit. Because then it becomes a thing of, I get to choose to face something really challenging if I feel ready for it. rather than having to just do it in order to progress. But I know that is just me in video games. It's not necessarily everybody else's perspective.
Yeah, I'm having fun with this. I don't know if you can tell.
Well, whilst you're having fun with that, we have just a general question in the chat from Protector of Memes. Thoughts on Crash Twinsanity?
Never played it.
Yeah, admittedly, same. I think it's a game that I kind of have always wanted to play in a way. Like, I remember when it came out and thinking, oh, that looks fun. And then sort of always thinking, well, I would kind of enjoy playing that. But never actually getting round to it. And it then just became one of the games just like, well, there's a thing. And not bothering with it. But I know that from what I can tell from the sort of general discussion around Twinsanity, like, people sort of like it, but also sort of don't, which I mean is kind of most games in a nutshell, but there we go.
I will say I've never really been that big on Crash. Like, the first game
Yeah.
on PS1 didn't really do much for me, so I haven't really had interest in going into the series beyond that. The one I have played is Crash Team Racing, but that's because I like me a dumb kart racer.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I remember playing like demos of Crash when I was a kid. But I never really got very far with it. I think largely because like Rapuru was hard when I was a kid. Like, my god. So the first actual sort of Crash game that I ever played was Crash Insane Trilogy.
Oh, the remakes, yeah.
So the remakes, and playing through it, I can see why people liked the Crash games, but equally just not my bag. Like, I just sort of felt like they were in part difficult for the sake of being difficult, especially in terms of the completion requirement to get the sort of secret ending. It just seemed a little bit excessive, and I was like, I kind of can't be going for that. Especially sort of then when I went and played through all of the Spyro games, Spyro Reignited, because I mean I did have Spyro nostalgia because I played Spyro 2 when I was a kid and I loved it. But that sort of confirmed to me that I much prefer Spyro's approach to platforming and collectathon stuff than Crash's.
Well, see, I'm not a collectathon kind of person in general, but that's just, my personal taste. No.
Oh yeah. But it's just how it works. Also, Flame just got a quick question for you from Bossman. He's wondering if we can switch around Mario versus Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Land, whatever it is, time slots around, because Spar believes he needs a bit more time after Barrel Blast.
Yeah, I could probably do that.
Yep, so that is a-okay, Bossman. We will, you guys can sort that out in the business end of the...
Hey, you've got access to the schedule too.
I do have access to the schedule thing, but obviously I'd have to do some extra maths to figure out when the estimates would land, and I haven't got time for that. I'm too busy, keeping an eye on donations and, chat and blathering on like a lunatic.
No, that's fine. If you just message me that on Discord, then I'll get to it later.
Yeah. And on a sort of side note, Silver Dude 5000 brings up, obviously with Return to Dreamland, some of the irritating changes that happened when it came over to the UK, namely its name. Because obviously it changed from Kirby's Return to Dreamland to Kirby's Adventure. Whee! I think part of that is because I don't know whether we ever actually had Kirby's Dreamland or Adventure in Dreamland or whatever it's called.
I think they're both referring to the same game, but Return to Dreamland is probably going towards like Nightmare in Dreamland, the remake, whereas Kirby's Adventure is Kirby's Adventure.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I have no idea, but just one of those things that happens.
It's one of them cases where I am okay with both names. I will fight to the death
Yeah.
for the one we got just on principle, but, you know, they're both decent names.
Yeah, I mean, I think sort of the ones where I probably get the most "No Eyes" is the best name is well, really, it's the Professor Layton games. That's where I mostly have the no, our name is the correct name, because it's you've got Pandora's Box versus Diabolical Box, and which in the context of the game it should be Pandora's Box because that's what they sort of refer to it as, Pandora's Box. Well, they do. And it's just like, so it just makes more sense. And then on the with the third game, in the West it was Unwound Future. Well, in America it was Unwound Future, and in the UK it was Lost Future. And in the context of the story, Lost Future just makes so much more sense because it's about Claire and Professor Layton's lost future that they didn't get. So that is one that I will always, you know, have an argument about. But with things like, for God's sake, Flame, Return to Dreamland versus Kirby's Adventure Wii, like, I get why people definitely would prefer Return to Dreamland over Adventure Wii, but I'm not really that fussed.
Yeah, so the thing, like, Layton series, I was looking up a lot of this when I was doing my Curious Village LP, and I'm just sort of realising that basically, like, that got an excessive amount of changes between, like, consistently. Like, I'd sort of get it with the voice acting because, like, Luke's American voice, I'm not that fond on. His American voice.
Dire. It's absolutely dire. I'm not saying Lanny Minerva is a bad voice actress, but her Luke is.
She's
dire.
miscast. It's,
yeah.
Like, I think she was Rouge the Bat, and that's the kind of voice she's good at. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that because I'm pretty sure that she also voices Emmy in the prequel trilogy. Much better. Even the English accent, much better. But Luke's, no, it's because sort of slightly vaguely Cockney is. It's a challenging accent for people who aren't British. See Dick Van Dyke. I mean, to be fair, it can be a challenge for people who are British, because it's a very unique accent. But if you're doing a British accent and it's going to be, given to people, like people in Britain are going to experience it, we're going to notice.
Yeah, and believe me, we will complain.
Yeah, because if it sounds wrong, it sounds wrong, and, you know, we don't put up with that. Whereas, like, in general, Brits can do a relatively decent American accent. It's not necessarily perfect, and you can probably tell that they're not actually natively American, but it at least still sounds American, rather than the attempts at British accents, which are generally piss poor, but there are some cases, like actually Professor Layton himself, where they actually work out okay.
I was going to say, like, I do like Layton's voice. And he's voiced by an American as well, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's like, it can be done. It's just that, you know, you've got to get people who can actually do the accents. And hey, it's Train.
Hey.
Yeah, so Train's an interesting one because effectively you've got to draw the track. So think about like Canvas Curse and Rainbow Curse or whatever it's called. It's basically that, but a lot slower, but equally, you know, you get a really cute little theme, and it's just quite adorable.
This works.
Yeah. I mean, that is sort of something that you will notice. It's a little bit finicky sometimes, but Kirby will just follow on top of the track, kind of no matter where you draw it. But there are things that can sort of make it go a little bit wrong, which is generally if you cause a little dip in it at some point, or what have you, and yeah, there's no way you're getting that. Oh no, you did! Wow.
Yeah. Just
believe.
believe.
Had enough extra steam. But yeah, the way that you're going to kind of get some good results in this is by picking up all of these little extra tracks, well, little carts, and getting them to the end of the section, because they will give you extra gems, extra beads.
Oh, actually, look at this end screen.
Oh god, you monster!
Oh god! Right, so close.
Oh, failure! Do it again.
How about you, bleed, do it? Wasn't expecting that one.
I've already on the internet.
So have I, though.
You're not wrong. So I think, since we've experienced the train, and also, we're into a brand new world now.
Not yet. We got one more of these bonus levels. Yeah.
Oh, we've got another bonus level.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're losing track of things. We have Mushroom Run.
Oh. Yeah, I've completely lost track of where we are with things.
Yeah, this is still the main levels, I think, because we went on to the what do you call it, from the lava world, and I just went straight onto it.
Yeah. So probably because I just wasn't paying any attention.
Gave yourself away there.
But either way, it's probably time again to remind us all why we are here, how we are here, who we are here. So this is the HFC Super Nintendothon, raising money for wonderful charity that is Child's Play, who help make kids stay in hospital that bit more bearable by giving them the joy of video games. Wonderful charity, and we are so happy to be raising money for them again. This year we are attempting to raise a grand total of $4,000, and obviously it's a decent number. And we are already over halfway there, and that's kind of insane considering we are only 1.5 days into the marathon at this point. So I have faith in you all that we're going to absolutely smash that 4K. Obviously, 10-day marathon with all sorts of Nintendo video game goodness. Today is Kirby Day, so bit of epic yarn and Kirby Star Allies, which Flame will be running later on. I believe Tom is going to be here helping out with the co-coms. He's also going to, come in and take over for the end of Epic Yarn because I've got a prior family arrangement to attend, so I can't stay forever. But hey, that's life. Then tomorrow, it is Donkey Kong Day. So you'll get some Barrel Blast, some Mario vs Donkey Kong, some Donkey Kong Land. We are making arrangements to switch around Mario vs Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Land in the schedule. It's not sorted yet, but it will be later on. Just when we have a little bit of extra time to make those amendments. Then July 14th is Rare Day. Got some GoldenEye 64, some Killer Instinct, some Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge. Then on July 15th, Pokemon Day.
Oh yeah.
With Pokemon Stadium 2, and one of the incentives for Pokemon Stadium 2 was to unlock the minigames from both Pokemon Stadium 1 and Pokemon Stadium 2. So you are going to, because that's already been met, you're going to get to experience those, and those minigames are awesome.
Really are, yeah.
You're then going to have Pokemon Dash, Pokken Tournament, and also the delight that is Learn with Pokemon Typing Adventure. Because we like to go for those deep cuts in these marathons sometimes.
Well, I mean, Dash, I know a lot of people don't like it, but I do. The typing game is because I've seen Tom try to type, so that's why I let him take on that one.
Totally fair. July 16th sees it's a mixed day. So some Star Fox Assault, some Tetris 99, and ARMS. Perfectly in time considering, Min Min just got into Smash Bros. Ultimate. Then further on with 16th, you've got some WarioWare Gold and some Yoshi Safari. So, like, really mixed day on the 16th. Then July 17th sees us move on to the sports. So Mario Tennis 64, Wii Sports, which is still one of the best-selling games of all time, which is insane, but then also not necessarily that insane when you consider it came with the blooming console. And
for a while, I think they stopped bundling it in after a while.
I think they probably did, but hey, it is what it is. And then Mario Golf Advance Tour, which there's currently a donation battle between doubles golf and singles golf, which doubles golf is currently absolutely smashing by over $800. So, oh boy, I think we know what's going to happen there. And the day's going to be capped off by a brilliant Mario Kart 8 Deluxe tournament.
Oh, yeah.
So, lovely bit of competition going on there. We started with a Super Mario Odyssey race, which Flame, I'm so sorry, you got so close, but Flame lost. Tom won.
12 seconds.
12 seconds.
Bloody seconds.
I know, but to be fair, it probably wouldn't have been quite that close if Tom hadn't tried to flex twice and also hadn't gotten hit by failing to answer some trivia questions multiple times. But there we go. It made it exciting in the end.
See, I don't know if you guys realise, but this is our way of seeing whether he's still online watching or not. Just occasionally make a little jab and see if we get any messages show up in chat.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things of we're all great friends, but we do have a lot of banter with each other.
Well, you kind of have to, don't you?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of proof that you're friends, that you're able to have a banter with each other and not fall out.
Yeah.
So yeah, continuing with schedule, July 18th is our Zelda Day, and that's going to see Tom play through the entirety of Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening on the Nintendo Switch, which is going to be a lot of fun because that game is adorable. Then on the 19th, our penultimate day, it's sort of slightly competition based. We've got F-Zero X, we've got Pilot Wing 64, and then we've got another tournament, this time in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, which is going to be pretty epic, especially considering obviously we now have Min Min as an extra character that people may or may not choose to play as. And then the marathon is capped off by our very own Ntom64 losing his mind, aiming to 100% Donkey Kong 64. He said he's going to do it. We're all going to hold him to that. So obviously, you know, you'll have to come out and give him support, because I think he does not realise what he has let himself in for. He thinks he does, but I don't think he really does. But yes, and thanks to everybody's donations so far, we've already unlocked a number of incentive games, which are going to be added after the end of the regular marathon. So already, you're going to get to experience the joy of Nintendo Land, Excite Truck, Fire Emblem Warriors, and a Super Boss Showcase in Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. If we manage to hit $2,500 before the end of the marathon, you will unlock Luigi's Mansion. If we get to $3,000, it'll be Conker's Bad Fur Day. If you get to $3,500, you'll unlock Captain Toad's Treasure Tracker. And then if we get to the big 4,000, then H4 and Month are going to be giving us the delight that is Metroid Prime 3, getting you ready for hopefully, you know, more news on Metroid Prime 4, which may or may not come ever. But people want it. It exists somewhere in the ether, but we know very little at this moment in time. So, you know, to get you excited, and also, you know, a little bit more fun with Metroid. There are some kind of targets that we can hit and polls to sort of donation battles to sort of go, and we don't have any brand new incentives going at the minute, largely because, you know, I think we need to have a sit down and come up with some more, because I don't think we necessarily expected them all to be completed quite so quickly, because some of you guys are so incredible. because we had me having a sing-song at the end of Super Mario Odyssey, had a delightful rendition of Break Free Leads the Way, which is the escape song in Odyssey, and also Jump Up Superstar. And then in terms of others, because of people's donations, you're getting to experience all of the optional Metamorphtex stages in Epic Yarn right now, which are adorable. Also, it makes the game feel more complete. People have also unlocked playing the Aztec level and the Egyptian temple in GoldenEye 64. As I said, the Stadium 1 and 2 minigames in Pokemon Stadium 2, the minigames in Mario Tennis 64, and Death Race in F-Zero X. So yes, as I said, we should probably have some more coming along the way, but I think some of them are probably going to launch closer to when the actual games are taking place, or during the games, or what have you. Just sort of getting that little bit of balance, shall we say. Because otherwise, you'll do just what you've already done and blooming complete all of them before we've had a chance to think of any more, which is amazing, and thank you so much. But yeah, the current main donation battle poll is on that. How are we playing golf? Between doubles golf and singles golf. Doubles golf leading by pretty much a grand, $1,000 at this point, because it's $1,219.74 to single golf's $235.57. So yeah, looking very strongly that it's going to be doubles, but that might all change. It just depends. And in terms of how much money we've made in total so far, it is $2,215.58. So we are $284.42 away from that next incentive game. Can we do it before the end of the Kirby Day? I think we can. I have faith in you all. Obviously, if you can donate, please donate whatever you can. It's going to a great cause. But if you can't, then obviously enjoy the stream. And if you could, we'd be really appreciative if you could spread the word and help bring in more people to hopefully raise even more money for this wonderful cause. Thank you. There is my spiel. I will go for a 5-minute quiet break of talking, because, oh boy, that's a lot.
Well, gotta ask, guys, how is the stream looking, like, video quality wise? Because I'm seeing it saying I've had a few drop frames, but I'm not sure where they were. And the CPU usage is oddly low for a HD stream, but it's not showing major problems. So, if you guys can let me know how it looks.
I mean, I can tell you from my perspective, I've not really seen anything go wrong. Like, I think it's probably just like a minor dropped frame here and there that's like so minuscule that like you can't actually tell that it's dropped.
Yeah, but also there's 241 of them.
I mean, God knows. It might have been in like a loading screen where nobody was paying any attention anyway. God knows.
Possibly, yeah.
But yeah, everyone is saying that it looks fine.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
Like some saying quality dropped for like a moment on their end, but it's fine now. So I think it's probably just one of those things. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah. It's fine, I'll just cry about it later.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's only sort of, your OCD like tendencies in terms of video quality that are sort of at play there.
Look, there's a slight bit of artifacting on the YouTube version. I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, but to be fair, it's exactly the same as sort of my slight OCD tendencies of looking at the fact that it's 58 cents and not a whole dollar, and it's sort of just making me go like, oh, I hate this.
So the YouTube archive of the Odyssey race is going up tomorrow, and you'll see that I did manage to fix the part where Tom didn't crop the windows properly, so they're all lined up now.
It's totally fair.
It's funny, because I know he does this deliberately now.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you? It's our way of bantering. Like, Tom, purposefully, chooses not to give you the best cropping possible, and I just try and make his life hell by just going a lot of ums and taking a really long time to get to any discernible point. Like it's just what we do.
Yeah. Like, the other one that he does a lot, and I'm also certain is on purpose, is spelling Pokemon wrong without the accent on the E. And, like, I know that's deliberate, because, like, sometimes you could write it off as just not knowing how to do a symbol or something. But, like, when we put my Pokemon Yellow run on Hellfire playthroughs, I put it in the file name, spelt properly, and on YouTube it still ended up wrong, when literally all he had to do was do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that is not forgivable. Like, I mean, generally, I always try and make sure that I spell Pokemon correctly. However, if it's in like a tweet and I'm going quickly, I'm not necessarily as fussed, purely because it's just like a tweet. It's not the end of the world. It's not that important. And also, it's a bit of extra faff to do those things on Twitter. But if I'm actually like writing something that is somewhat important, like, I mean, like I use Pokemon in like proper context all the time, but I always do try to make sure that it's correct. So I think I want to. Have I actually done any Pokemon playthroughs when I was running my own channel? I'm going to have to check, because I don't know whether I have or not.
I don't remember you doing any, and also my memory is not great.
Yeah, no, I actually never touched Pokemon, which kind of baffles me slightly, because, I know that I had intended to do Pokemon Colosseum for years, but then just, never got round to it, and then I retired. So,
just let me record the footage instead.
Exactly. Still get to cover it, don't have to go through the effort. Works out for me. Although that said, I am, currently recording, although I've not really recorded much. I suppose it's because we're doing commentary, and then also because I knew that this was coming up. I have had a little break from recording Wonderful 101 Remastered, because we're definitely doing a playthrough of that on Hellfire Commentaries. It took me a long time to persuade Tom to let me do that. He finally acquiesced, I think, because he realised that I actually am right, and that game needs to be seen. Also, he knew that actually getting that would shut me up and stop me from asking for it all the time.
Eventually, you get what you want. Just keep on nagging.
Exactly. It's the same way that I got the agreement that we'll be able to do Bayonetta 2 as well. So, you see, you stick around long enough, you moan enough, eventually you get what you want.
Yep. I mean, we have recorded Sonic Rivals, so I can prove it works too.
Exactly. Also, Flame, you missed a note. Like, I'm so disappointed in you.
Alright, let me go back for it. As you insisted. Actually, will it let me redo this, or have I just thrown myself to my death? I think I've just thrown myself to my death.
You have just thrown yourself to your death.
Oh well, now I'm not going to get the gold, and it's your fault.
And also threw yourself a really long way to your death.
Yeah, so I'm getting a silver now.
Yes. I mean, you could have just, thrown yourself a little bit off the cliff, but no, you had to go the whole hog. You had to commit to the bit.
Oh yeah. Oh look, I'm like one peg away from getting the gold.
I think that's actually 2 pegs, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not zooming in that close.
No.
I'm not going back to the flats. I don't want to do the little missions, I told you that.
I know. I do kind of wish that it'd stop annoying you with those, but then equally I know it's the whole thing of they're trying to get you to experience all of the game, not just a little bit of it. But I believe, yes, it's boss time!
Mm-hmm. It's Squashini.
I can't actually remember what Squashini is. Is he?
He's like the little jester kind of guy who does.
Yeah.
It's not the best boss, I would admit. It drags on a little bit, but
Yeah.
it's whatever.
Now that's actually quite funny because you're always like, it's not great, it's all right, and then a couple of people in the chat are just like, oh, best boss in the game, favorite fights in the game.
All right.
I suppose it's sort of it's the balance because ultimately, and I do remember this now, Squashini it's look based as to sort of what you actually land up with on the roulette wheel. So it can either be an easy time or a hard time, or just an alright time.
These hats were the bane of my existence trying to get the no-hit on down, I can say that much.
Yeah, which it's totally fair because, I mean, like, dodging these things, bit of a nightmare. And also, there's kind of not necessarily a way to tell which hat he's in. I mean, there probably is, but...
I haven't found one,
No. But yeah, there's definitely some methods, some attacks that are better. So this particular one, definitely a really nice and easy approach to getting damage in on him.
Right, I reckon if I get lucky and I get one of the ones that gives you items, like I think this one here does. So let's just say, I think this is the one where you get tied up to something, and then if you break out quick, you can get loads of items.
Yeah, the rope one you get sort of trapped for a little bit, and you've got to frantically escape from the bomb, and then you have to attack the bell, from what I remember. And I think, each hit of the bell unlocks sort of new goodies.
I think I've got so many items there, it was tanking the frame rate.
I think you were, yes. So yeah, the rope one, you can't do any actual damage to him, but it's a really good way to get those beads.
Oh, it's this one with the bombs. Actually, I don't think this one's that hard to dodge. I don't think he's that smart before he drops them. No.
No.
That was a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, worked out for the best, really, eh?
Oh, it's the hats. Now it's the time to hit him.
I mean, I suppose on the plus side, at least sort of the sides of the hats don't hurt you if you sort of, you get slightly nudged out of the way.
Yeah, it's usually going over to a side, then when he's about to like move the hats again, then you quickly move out of the way. That's what has worked for me. I see you coming there, Eric. No, not Kirby fever. This one again?
Yep, so even more beady goodness. Not that, you need any more beads, but it's always helpful to have that safety net in case anything goes a little bit tits up.
Yeah, just because I know I've got one more hat run to do. Yeah,
and so one of the things that you can notice is that, obviously, it does stop throwing beads out after a certain point, but, yeah. And something that we haven't actually talked about is in the top right-hand corner, you can see a little 280, and basically that's sort of like a combo counter. So the more beads you collect in succession without getting hit, that'll go up, and I think it does effectively give you a slight multiplier on the beads that you collect. So obviously the higher that is, the higher your bead count's going to be, the better you're going to be, but also that's just a general thing. In general.
That's a redundant sentence, but I agree.
It was entirely redundant, but I thought let's just stick with it. Like, it's going to be redundant, so let it enjoy its redundancy.
The redundant sentence, the redundancy.
We did it.
Exactly.
The magic yarn. The magic yarn shimmered and spiraled and swirled high into the sky.
So yeah, we're basically about sort of.
The yarn weaved
Well,
its
we've
way
completed
into the fabric
3
of the kingdom and
of the
stitched
worlds,
two
and
pieces
there
of
are
Patch Land
4
together.
left to go. Because
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure there's
Kirby
7
at
in
last
Patch
came upon a
Kingdom,
cake the size of a
and then
mountain.
there's the
It was
final
breathtaking.
world
Kirby tried to contain himself,
to
but failed.
enjoy.
He
But
dived
also,
right in and
yay,
started gobbling
cake!
up the cake.
Uh,
I declare
how
a cake
how
eating
does a
guild.
ball of yarn eat
Prince
cake?
Fluff
I do
jumped
not
into the
know.
cake as well.
Neither do I,
Ate
but I mean,
and
really,
ate and ate.
at this
They
point,
didn't balance their eating
let's not
very
argue
well.
about how this
Oh,
actually works. Let's
no!
just
And
roll
before
with
they
it
could
and
decide, the cake collapsed with their
accept
insanity.
that this works
I
somehow.
can't eat another bite. Prince Fluff groaned as he rubbed his cake-filled belly. But then Kirby appeared with a huge cherry in his mouth. Kirby won the contest and a looming tummy ache.
And so my maths might have been a little bit off. Because there's only three more worlds in Patchland: water, snow, and space, and then the last world. So I'm a little bit off, but doesn't really matter. The game's gonna get done eventually anyway.
I mean, to be fair, they all will.
Yeah. Yes, Phoenix Rush 85. This narrator is way better than the US one because it's like grandpa voice, and it sounds so nice and cozy, and it just fits the tone of the game. I feel so much better than the American narrator. Not that the American narrator is bad. It's just that I think for the tone of game that Epic Yarn is, sort of like having that grandpa telling you a story vibe just feels right.
And it's train time.
Yay! When is it ever not train time? Well, when you don't have a train.
Yeah, that'll be the one.
But yeah, this can be a challenging Metamortex stage to get everything in, because in order to really get sort of like your gold ranking, and while I got it slightly wrong earlier on, we've at least got the definitive confirmation that to unlock the extra optional stage, you need to go. My brain's just sort of completely freezing and falling right about now. You just need to beat each of the stages in order to unlock it. Boss to get the first one, beat the stage to get the other one. But yeah, this is one of the more difficult ones to get the gold on, purely because the only way that you're going to properly succeed is by picking up all the beads possible and just really succeeding and getting those carts all the way to the end. And it is definitely easier said than done, because it's it's a choice. And it is because train is so slow, but also the sort of finickiness sometimes of the positioning of tracks, because it's so easy to lose your cart like that. And unlike you, your carts can get completely destroyed. So you sort of don't want that to happen, otherwise you're screwed. I mean, on the positive side, there is a just a delightful musical piece that plays with the train, so I can't be that mad at it. It's the reason why, sort of like, I think if Digger had better music, I would probably like Digger more, but since it doesn't, it has absolutely nothing going for it in comparison to Train, which at least has the music.
I don't know, like, this isn't one of the best songs in the soundtrack, I'll say that much.
Oh, it's not the best, but it at least sort of perks up the otherwise uninteresting gameplay. And I don't know why, you're actively avoiding that bead generator.
I don't know. I'm just making this shit up as I go along.
I mean, that's the way you play video games.
Well, not if you're trying to play them well.
Well, I mean, yes, but still, also, bead train.
Yeah.
And I do love that it is a race to the finish in order to get them all.
I lost one of the carts, but I also don't really care that much, if I'm being honest.
Same. You monster, leaving it behind. Like, what is wrong with you?
That wasn't the best direction to have gone in, but...
I mean, yeah, no, I would agree. Definitely not the best direction to go in, but I mean, I suppose could have been worse.
I'm making progress, I think.
You're moving forward along the pathway. Definitely progress, even if it's, a little bit wacky.
Eh, it works. There we go.
And I think you should be able to hit that goal.
Yeah. I got the 5-star by the looks of it, maybe? Yeah. So the thing is, like, yeah, the train being slow does make it a bit dull, but by the same token, if it went faster, it'd be nearly impossible to line it up with shit.
Oh, definitely. And yes, Silver Dude, this is basically the basic gameplay of the Kirby Paintbrush games, but sort of, I think the reason that they perhaps work and this doesn't so well is because those are touch controls, so you're drawing the pathways, like physically drawing with your fingers for Kirby to follow, whereas in here you're pointing and creating a line with motion controls, which, while they work, there's they're not perfect. Let's put it that way. So it's not ideal, and I do agree that yes, a speed up option would have been helpful, but obviously that's technically what the little extra power ups are, but don't do necessarily what I would like them to do. But it happens.
Mm-hmm. Now, this level, Dark Manor, I actually really like this a lot. Just the whole ghost house look it's got. It's got the ghost house look without the ghost house gameplay, so I'm okay with that.
Yes. And also you've got like these getting extra lights by picking up enemies. I can't remember what those guys are called. Like I probably remember more Kirby enemy names than many other franchises. Because you've got things like the Waddle Dees, the Waddle Doos, the Bronto Berts, the Gordos, the Scarfies, etc. So I think because they all have really iconic designs.
Yeah, they're all quite distinct characters.
Yeah, it's just more memorable. I mean, I suppose it's the same with like Mario enemies. Like generally, the major Mario enemies are just like design-wise are really iconic, so it's really quite easy to remember what they're called. I suppose same with Legend of Zelda. They all have that really good approach to enemy design, and it's sort of why they do sit as more memorable. I mean, it kind of follows through into well, for me anyway, Bayonetta and the Wonderful 101. It also helps to know that they actively name those enemies the first time you see them, which allows you to keep it in your head. But also they have the same sort of, each enemy has a distinct sort of look and feel, and so they are just easier to remember their names, even if they are sort of slightly more complicated names than generally anything that comes out of Nintendo standard.
Yeah. I know I missed something, I'm just not sure what it is.
Probably. I feel like it was probably right back at the start, but...
No, it was just, I saw it slightly off screen as I'd already done the dive down. Like, it was something slightly off to the side.
Yeah, I mean, kind of inevitable, really.
Yeah.
So I suppose whilst we, making our way through this dark manor, I suppose what is your sort of general thought on sort of like the haunted level tropes, or sort of like, I suppose, horror games and horror mediums in general?
Well, I feel like when it comes to level design, they can go one or two ways. I feel like if it's just like a bit of subtle theming, I'm okay with that. What I'm not too big on are when they try doing all the weird and wonderful tricks and stuff like the disappearing pathways and,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Because a lot of the time, like not always, but a lot of the time they end up being more irritating than anything else.
Yeah, no, I definitely get that. I think I'm probably sort of about the same on that. I think that, yeah, it just tends to work better when it's a theme with a sort of. I suppose this is about the level of maziness that I like with sort of the ghost manor type approach. Because it's mazy enough to make you think about the directions you're going, but it's not so mazy that you're just going, I don't know where the hell I am.
Yeah, it's like it uses theming. There's the odd little things off to the side here and there, but there's nothing that's like you're gonna get lost here. I feel like that's the right sort of balance for a platformer.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I suppose sort of the follow-on from that is just horror games and films in general.
Oh, I've never really watched any films, but the horror stuff that we've covered on the channel before is pretty fun. Like, I did Until Dawn and Man of Medan for us, so I will be doing Little Hope. That won't be for Halloween because it got delayed, so it's coming out the day before Halloween, so I wouldn't have time to record it by then, but we'll probably end up covering it sometime, either late this year or early next year, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, like, I've not really ever played any horror games. I suppose part of it is like I'm perfectly fine watching a horror film. I think because I can separate myself from it, I suppose, in the sense of I can just watch it and be sort of obviously engaged in the character stories, but I don't know. I suppose I'm endlessly fascinated with the ways that sort of the creative ways of killing off characters in horror films.
You're a sick fuck. You can't just say it like that.
I mean, maybe a teeny bit.
You're the one who's telling us, I like watching all the compilations of people getting killed.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is.
It's a little bit morbid.
A little bit. But yeah, there's that sort of, I suppose, disassociation with it because it's quite clearly not real, and it's just fascinating to see how they did that and sort of why they did that. Whereas I suppose with horror video games, you're much more involved in what's happening, and I suppose I'm not necessarily as in on that side of things because I don't really like. Well, I don't like being scared, and I think that's sort of like most horror films and stuff. I'm not really that scared by them, so it's more a fascination than anything. So I think with games, because you're more involved, and I don't like feeling majorly stressed out when I'm playing video games. I play them to sort of escape reality, which has got enough stresses as it is. So I don't need that in my mediums that I kind of experience purely for joy.
I've got to say, this is the perfect backdrop for talking about horror media, by the way.
Oh, it really is. I mean, it started with the Ghost Banner, so it made sense in initial context, but
now we're at the seaside with the happy cartoon smiling sun.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I can't wait to go back to the seaside.
I've never been a beach person, I gotta say.
I mean, like it's only like going for like a quick paddle,
No,
or
fair.
just sort of like maybe a little bit of time on the beach. Nothing major. Like maybe have like a picnic. But definitely not just sit there and sunbathe all day. I'm not one of those people. Can't be doing with that. And also,
I get
sand literally
bored,
gets
honestly.
everywhere, it's vile.
Yeah.
But just sort of just being by the sea is just quite nice. But yes, you know, since we have technically reached a brand new world, do you think it's time to whip out the why, who, what, where we are?
What's my
Again.
name? What have you done with my family? Yeah, go for it.
Great. So yes, this is the HFC Super Nintendothon, where we are playing Nintendo games, or games specifically on Nintendo consoles, to raise money for the wonderful charity that is Child's Play, who help make children stay in hospital that bit better by giving them the joy of video games. Worthy cause, very fitting, I think, for us as, you know, gamers to help raise money towards. This year we are aiming, if we can, to raise a total of $4,000 for them. And I mean, already, only a day and a bit into the marathon, we've already raised $2,215.58, which is incredible. So thank you so much to everyone who's donated so far. It's much appreciated, and it is going to a worthy cause. And obviously, if you're enjoying the stream, why not, you know, toss us a few dollars. You can donate as much as you like, and if you aren't in a position to be able to donate yourself, then obviously we will always appreciate if you can just spread the word about the marathon, and hopefully sort of, you know, maybe, you know, get us in the spotlight of some people who either have, you know, lots of moolah. I mean, that would be nice and helpful, or other people who, you know, just have like decent followings who might be able to, you know, get some more people to come along to help bolster that donation total, because it's all going to a good cause. We don't touch a penny of it. It goes straight to Child's Play. So it's all legit. And also, you know, we're providing you with, hopefully, wonderful entertainment as we go along. We are intending to run for a total of 10 days. We're already a day and a half into that. Well, maybe not necessarily half, but a day and a bit into that. Yes, each day is themed. We've got Kirby Day today, DK Day tomorrow, Rare Day, Pokemon Day, sort of general random day, Sports Day, Zelda Day, sort of racing battle day, and then capping it off with our very own Ntom64 losing his mind trying to 100% Donkey Kong 64. We've also got a bunch of incentive games. If we hit certain donation milestones, you get an extra game at the end of the marathon. We've already unlocked 4 of them: Nintendo Land, Excite Truck, Fire Emblem Warriors, and a Super Boss Showcase from Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. We're currently slowly but surely working our way towards Luigi's Mansion at $2,500. At $3,000, you'll unlock Conker's Bad Fur Day, $3,500, Captain Toad's Treasure Tracker, and at $4,000, Metroid Prime 3. So, if you want to see any of those games as part of this marathon, then, you know, better toss us some money, and you will get to experience the joy. And I think that's probably enough spiel for this go around, eh?
Yeah, give yourself like 10 minutes and then do it again. I will say that the water world is probably one of the prettiest next to like Dark Manor. Like, it's one of the things that, like, a water level, like a lot of water levels are pretty in general, but a water level that's specifically themed like this it just looks so nice.
Oh, definitely. Although, that said, I do really like the aesthetic of a lot of the, the levels in the Snow World.
Oh yeah, some of them are pretty nice.
Some of them are absolutely beautiful.
And the penultimate world, actually, come to think of it, the final one in Patchland.
Oh yeah, I mean, that is also really nice. Although I'd say certain bits of it are better than others. But I
Yeah.
think the ones that are more full on space, I much prefer to the other ones. But we have another Metamortex transformation, which is the dolphin, which plays really nicely and really smoothly, and I really actually love the dolphin.
It's the sort of thing that this could have been really awkward to control, and like sometimes you can get a little bit stuck on things, but on the whole, it is really smooth.
Oh, definitely. And just because D Cortez has brought it up in the chat, very much as soon as I've got what I need. So yes, toss a coin to your donation, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, whoa. Toss a coin to your Richie, oh friend of humanity. Slightly off and not my best, but
It's
wasn't
impromptu.
prepared for that.
Yeah.
It'll do.
Uh,
It's a bit of fun. Also, it was mostly in tune, so I mean, what more can you want?
yeah. That's better than whenever I tried to sing, so you got that at least. See, the thing is, like, I'm not musical in much way, but I understand enough about music to know that I'm off key.
Yeah.
It's just I can't really do much about it.
No, I mean, the thing is that it's important that technically everybody can sing. It's just that some people have more difficulty doing it than others, and it just depends on sort of how your is going to work with pitch, I suppose.
Yeah, because it's like a combination of both the tone of your voice itself and the technique in it. And it's like some people are better with one or the other, but like to make it sound good, you kind of got to have both on par.
Oh god, yeah. I mean, like, one of the things that, like, obviously, like, I would say that right now, like, my voice is it's decent enough, but it's taken me a while to sort of get to that point. Like, I used to be able to sing quite well when I was a kid, although whether it was actually that good or not, don't really know. But when I sort of, hit puberty, voice broke. Couldn't really sing properly anymore because your voice changes and then sort of it was a little bit harder to sort of get the notes and stuff. So I just ended up, because I enjoyed having a sing-song for things, just keeping at it. I mean, you can listen to some of my song covers that I did way back in like when I started doing YouTube, and they're not great, but through practice and hard work, I have managed to reach the point now where I can sing songs that I definitely would not have been able to sing back then. Like the fact that I can now like get through Defying Gravity and hold it at the end. Like
oh god, yeah.
Also like Out There from Hunchback of Notre Dame, and like there's I like a good belty song these days, just because they're really fun to sing. But yeah, they're not easy. But yeah, it's just practice. So technically, anybody could technically do that with the right training and practice, but it's needing to have the training and practice to get there, and not that many people really get that option, nor do they necessarily want to have that option. So it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. If you want to learn to sing, go ahead and try it. If not, it's fine.
Let's get up here to the secret island.
It's not very secret, is it?
Not really, when you put it like that.
It's like, oh, what is this island that I can see very clearly in the middle of the ocean? Secret island, is it? Well, if it was secret, I wouldn't have been able to see it now, would I?
I know the obvious thing to bring up is the secret nuclear bunker. I have been past that sign a few times. It amuses me so much.
Oh, yeah. Also Flame, like, rookie error there.
I know. That's what happens when you work with a rookie.
You're not wrong.
another good piano song playing right now.
Oh yeah. Honestly, I just wish. Well, I'd love it if more games made use of either piano or, I suppose, specific instruments in their soundscapes. Because so many games now, and I mean, I love it, but so many games now are just really heavily orchestral or like really rocky.
Yeah.
So even though they do have their own vibe and feeling and approach, you don't really get that many that have a sort of a truly unique soundscape, I suppose, like this, where it is very heavily piano based. Like seeing things like maybe something that's quite heavily violin based, something that's sort of very more percussion, and oh good god, Flame, that was a...
I thought I could make it. I thought there was stuff down there.
No, there was definitely not anything down there. So yeah, I would like to see sort of more games do things like this, particularly because, I mean, I do just love this particular soundtrack. It's glorious. I suppose on the subject of soundtracks, something for both you, Flame, and everyone in the chat, what are some of your favourite video game soundtracks of all time?
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot to pick from. I like Sonic Adventure 2. That's like one of my go-to ones. But a lot of that is just, I know every song off that like the back of my hand, so take that how you will.
Totally fair. I think I'd probably say like Okami I think is definitely up there. Like I think Okami has definitely one of my favourite soundtracks of all time. I really love the wonderful 101's soundtrack. That's glorious. Kingdom Hearts in general, like that franchise as a whole has one of the most wonderful soundtracks of all time. And yeah, Sonic in general has a really strong set of soundtracks, and just also some really damn good video game songs. Silverdew brings up Unleashed, and I would definitely agree. I think as an entire package, Unleashed soundtrack is pretty wonderful. Also, you know, it gave us Rooftop Run, and that thing is just wonderful, and also equally heavy on the piano.
Yeah, it is actually, come to think of it.
Yeah, which is not necessarily something that you don't necessarily link together, but it's still just quite fun that is a thing. I think I just really like piano music.
To be fair, it can be bloody good.
Yeah.
I managed to not screw myself over with that particular thing. I'm proud of that, because that was one I did screw over a few times in my practices.
Well, it's easily done.
I would say Rooftop Run Act 2 I prefer from Generations, but that again really goes into the piano hard.
Oh yeah, I mean also I'm pretty sure that Rooftop Run in, Act 2 in Generations also goes much harder on the violin as well.
It does, yeah.
And I really appreciate that. Like, to be honest, I don't think I can necessarily pick a favourite version of Rooftop Run, because they both have their own really wonderful elements. That said, I can definitely pick a favourite version of Rooftop Run the level, which is, you know, the actual Sonic Unleashed one. I love the aesthetic of Generations is Rooftop Run, but it's too short for my liking.
It is a bit. Like, I kind of get it to a certain degree, because like Generations as a whole, they, aside from the final level, they seem to be keen on keeping them shorter. But it's Rooftop Run, you know? Let me just keep running.
Yeah. I mean, it's also like, because specifically in Generations, like the fact that the slide down the clock tower is cut so short. Like, I'm just like, I wanted the full, like, multiple loop around in that camera angle, because it's one of the most iconic bits of the level.
Yeah.
But hey, don't always get what we want. Like the fact that we haven't had, a decent 3D Sonic game in years.
Forces was okay.
I
But I know
say-
what you
I
mean,
say
yeah.
Decent slash good. Forces was okay. Just like it wasn't bad, but it wasn't really anything.
I hope the fact that we've had such quiet about Sonic recently means that they're actually doing something a bit more substantial next time.
Well, you would think so, but then I seem to recall that we didn't really hear much or really anything for a long time before Forces got announced, and then we got excited for Forces, and then it was Forces.
Yeah, but like, I don't know if they can justify spending another few years on an unnecessary lighting engine.
Well, you say that, but we know how Sega is sometimes.
Oh yeah, but I do love how they kind of dressed that up as though like the Hedgehog Engine 2 was this completely new thing for Forces and that, which a bulk of it was, but there were quite a few elements of that they'd already been integrating into the I think it was the Sochi Olympics game. Like a lot of the lighting worked very similarly in that to how it would go on to work in Forces.
Yeah.
So, like, it makes me wonder, what were they actually doing during that time?
I know, and also the fact that technically none of it has ever actually lived up to the visual quality of Unleashed.
Yeah, like, Unleashed had the perfect look. It's just that it just really was not well optimized at all. And so it kind of makes me like that's part of why I want a PC port of Unleashed, because I feel like that could fix a lot of the problems. But even then, just like Generations was a happy medium, I feel.
Oh yeah.
Like with that particular iteration of the Hedgehog Engine one.
Oh, definitely. Like, as much as Generations is a great game. It really is. It's so much fun to play, and I think it kind of mastered the boost gameplay style for Sonic. Its problem was its story.
Yeah,
and people were, because of what Generations was, and the fact that the game itself was just fun, you're able to forgive that slightly crap story. But when you sort of don't necessarily have that, you start to sort of pick at the other things that are not necessarily as good. Like, I mean, obviously Unleashed got shut on from a great height, but I think that sort of, if you look at sort of the entire history of Sonic, to me anyway, it is the last time, and probably the only time, that we've actually had a really good complete package of a Sonic game. Obviously, everyone will have sort of their favourite games and their reasons for that, but I mean, in terms of having story, gameplay, music, visuals all combined in one strong package, because even with sort of like Sonic Adventure 1, Sonic Adventure 2, like visually none of those games have aged well, and also in terms of like some of the level design, some of it's questionable. And also the sound mixing's definitely questionable. So there are sort of things, whereas really with Unleashed, the big thing that you can mostly criticise is the length of the Werehog stage. Not necessarily the Werehog controls, because there's nothing inherently wrong with them. It's just sort of really the length of the stages and so on and
go
so
on
forth.
a bit, especially if you're playing on a raw file. Like, they're not as bad if you like upgrade your character and do all that after the fact. It's just, it's one of the things where that was kind of screwed over by the fact that a lot of people just aren't gonna do that, and I feel like they were trying to go for the whole like typical, you know, like action game thing where people replay it and try to get like better better times, better scores, and just better combos and whatnot. It's just I don't really think people are looking for that kind of upgrade system from Sonic, and so a lot of people didn't go back to the Werehog. And understandable, because it doesn't give the best first impression. But when I did max out my Werehog and got everything to level 99, then it is quite fun. But again, you know, that's after hours and hours of gameplay that people probably aren't going to put into it.
Oh yeah, I think two things that probably would have helped. We've sort of discussed it before. One is potentially had it been Knuckles rather than Werehog, that might have had an impact, because I think some of it was people just sort of having this averse reaction to the Werehog.
I don't know about that, honestly.
But then there is the whole thing of if they had made the gameplay of the Werehog closer to what it is once you've upgraded further for earlier on, that would have definitely helped. Also, you know, not having da 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 happening every 2 minutes.
See, the thing is, and I can respect this in terms of an action game in general, in the fact that you kind of have to start people slow, just because if you throw a lot of combos in their face, like in the first level, then they're going to be overwhelmed. But the problem with that is that until you get further into the game, then it is going to feel a little bit repetitive, and it's kind of a you damned if you do, damned if you don't, really. So I can understand why they made that decision. It's because it would have been a problem either way. But still, you know, I'm not that fond on the Werehog as it stands. So,
which is fair enough. I think it's the same for a lot of people. But yeah, I will always go to bat for Unleashed. I would say it is my favourite Sonic game.
Yeah, that's fair.
For obviously the reasons that I have just discussed, and also mentioned in my own Sonic Unleashed playthrough, and also the HFC Sonic.
Yeah, I do like our
game a lot.
Yeah, I like how our playthrough of Unleashed came out. It's probably one of my favourites, honestly.
Oh yeah, I think it was really good as well. So yes, Katamari, which just a great pun. And also just the fact that, you know, you're unwinding its hat. Great. So one of the things that you'll notice is that you're able to hit him with the tentacles up to a certain point, and then it'll stop sort of giving you beads.
Yeah.
So at that point is when you know that you've got to get rid of that hat. But the majority of the fight against Katamari actually comes once you have gotten rid of that cap.
Yeah, I just like to every now and then get the tentacles out of the way, because they can get annoying.
Oh yeah, like, I mean, it's getting that balance going, otherwise it just ends up being a little bit chaotic.
Yeah, it's juggling everything so it works, and
yeah,
getting twatted by the tentacles from time to time.
Yeah, but I mean, thankfully, you know, you've got enough fast movement in order to get to those back before those crystallized stars are gone. Particularly as we obviously want to get to the patch before we leave here today. And I will say, I think that Katamari can be a bit of a challenge to get the patch on, purely because you've got to, I wouldn't say, I think you can pick up those particular attack things, but it's these things that you need to pick up at least one of them, and toss it. Toss it at Katamari when he shows up, and that's how you are going to hurt him.
I'm going to give him another cycle.
Beads. Yeah, that's how you're going to get the beads needed to get the patch.
Come on, in your own time. There he is. you go. And yeah, should be alright if I just do another round of that.
I think so.
Assuming I don't keep getting tried.
I mean, yes. I mean, that is the main thing. Also, you have got this little bit where they do give you extra gems through these bubbles, which really quite helpful. Thank you very much, Katamari. It makes life a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think one more. Well, definitely one more hit will do him in, and obviously, as long as you know you don't get fully twatted and lose all your beads, you should be all right.
Yeah. Where is he? Okay, top right.
And actually, I've realised that you can tell which one he's going to be before he's actually sort of tossed his head out. Basically, the yarn is a lot thinner.
Yeah, and
a lot wavier.
And he does sort of tease it a little bit as well, don't he?
Well, I mean, there is also that, which really helps.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's brilliant. And yeah, Tom, if you want to, jump on the call, that'd be super helpful. I mean, I'll probably stick around for another sort of 10 minutes. Let's see if we get to the end of this world before I bugger off. So you got 10 minutes, Flame Chop Chop.
Well, what I was thinking is, if I do the bonus levels from this world, then I need to throw some food down my neck. I'm getting kind of starving, so I'll probably have to ask whichever of you's in the call at that point to talk to chat for a little bit, just so it's not a boring bland stream.
No worries, I can look after it, so that's fine.
Nice one, there you are.
What is going on?
Yes.
Can we just get a quick audio balance for me in the chat, if you could, please?
You sound the same to me as you were yesterday, so you should be fine. But yeah, if guys in chat, if you can let us know whether Tom needs turning up or down.
Only I can be mean.
Cool.
That sounds fine. Let's see if we get more. It's not that I don't believe you, Mighty Mouse, but obviously we just want multiple thoughts here. And yes, lots of sounds good, so consensus is fine.
I'm just watching DD to get wrapped up here while you're doing sound balancing, it's fine.
I do love these cutscenes, they're great.
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot DDD was actually in the game.
Yeah, he's kind of like they never really know what to do with DDD. They kind of change his allegiance each game, from what I can tell.
They pretty much do. But it's always fun when DDD does appear, because also DDD's theme is amazing.
Oh, of course. So, how many worlds after this one, Flem?
There's 3 more, I believe, but I've still got the bonus levels even to do in this world first. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've got Snowland, Spaceland, and the Final Land. Ooh. It's not actually called the Final Land, but we're trying to keep some level of mystery going on here. For those of you who've never experienced this 11-year-old game.
Well, I'm at the fucking boat level now, so you got a good one to start with, Tom.
Nice.
Oh.
Boom Boat Yard. Pretty sure this is another auto-scroller, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's an auto-scroller that if you wanted to get a gold one, you kind of have to forego some of the items because they're on different routes to the beads, which is a little bit annoying, I won't lie.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this. I just remember having to replay it a large number of times in order to get everything, and I was just like, for God's sake.
You weren't that bad.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not terrible at all, but it's just like, just let me get everything, please. Don't be mean, you stupid level. I just have to whine as I go.
So what's on your agenda for tonight, Rich?
I don't particularly know. Got my nana around for some tea, so that's going to be lovely. So that's why I'm leaving earlier than I would have been normally.
Well, that's fun, mate.
And then after that, I don't know. Well, you never know. I might pop back into chat. I did do yesterday as well.
Yeah.
So that was after watching Eurovision Song Contest: The Story of Fire Saga again, which, surprisingly, actually a fun film, and also filled with actual, unironically good bops. So, like, I was not expecting it, but it's got some great songs in there. So if you want to, give that a watch, potentially do so, because it's quite fun.
I will not get right on that.
You got him into one musical lately. That would do the job.
Yeah, although I wasn't necessarily expecting him to do so. But hey, hilariously, not a musical that I myself am a major fan of. Not because it's not good or anything, but just because it's not my cup of tea.
Yeah, Richie didn't prompt me to watch Hamilton or anything. I was just caught up in the hype, and I ended up enjoying it.
Yeah, fair play.
I mean, to be fair, they did do a lot of advertising for it on Disney Plus when it launched. So,
Wow.
And also, like, you can't go sort of too far without hearing something about Hamilton. So,
Yeah, I said this on Twitter actually, Richie, but you can really hear, especially if you watch Hamilton after, Lin-Manuel Miranda's kind of patter in the songs he composed for Moana.
Oh yes, you definitely can. So if you, in terms of Lin-Manuel Miranda, if you there's another musical that you might want to look at if you enjoy Lin-Manuel Miranda's stuff is In the Heights, which is very much more Latin America inspired in terms of its musical stylings.
Yeah, well, he's Puerto Rican, so
yeah. And to be honest, I prefer In the Heights to Hamilton in terms of like the music, but I think I don't do rap.
okay.
It makes me feel bad, but I just don't do rap.
Well, the closest comparison I can give for like Moana and Hamilton is You're Welcome.
Yeah, I mean, if you listen to the beta song, so the song that was what turned into How Far I'll Go, which is called More, you can definitely hear the Lin-Manuel Miranda in that. Very much reminds me of Breathe from In the Heights and so on and so forth.
I'm very tempted to rap the chorus of You're Welcome, but I think I'll abstain.
How much do we have to pay you to not?
$50 and I'll not.
Do you mean the chorus of the bridge? Because those are two different things.
Yeah, it's the bridge, mate, sorry.
Honestly, I could go on and on. I could explain every natural phenomenon. The sky's the grass, the ground. Oh, that was marriage passing round.
No!
You started.
Don't do it for free, come on.
Because he's on the breakaway, and the tapestry here on my skin. Oh god, I completely booked it up at the end. But oh well, got close. Normally I'm fine, but then to be fair, I'm normally, singing along to the actual song, so...
Don't worry, just getting shot in the face 3 times in a row, don't mind me. It happens.
It really does.
Okay, make it 4.
Dirty Hellflame, do better!
I'm trying!
How much to make me do it? 75, I guess. Round it up to an even 2,200.
So is that an actual incentive that we're adding?
Yeah, it's a very short verse, so...
Entom Reps.
Jesus Christ.
For welcome from Moana. $75, not 75 cents. That would be very cheap. When do you want to set your deadline for this then?
You have until 6:30 our time, so about 35 minutes.
6:30?
Yep.
Excellente. It is now live, folks. So if you want to hear Tom rap the bridge of You're Welcome from Moana, get those donations in. $75 to do it. So come on, like that's definitely worth it.
Yep, spread the word wherever you can. Like Twitter, Discord, the cringe subreddit.
Don't you fucking dare. What an asshole.
And with the beginning of this next level, I am going to have to step out. So thank you for having me. I hope you've had an enjoyable time so far, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the marathon. It's going to be awesome. Keep supporting everyone because they're all epic and doing an amazing job. And also donate to Child's Play because it's a good cause.
Thank you very much for stopping by, Richie.
See you all later.
Yeah,
Bye.
see you later, mate.
Well, there we go then. The IQ, the collective IQ of the co-coms and commentators on this stream just dropped about 50%.
Yeah, like we need to look after him because otherwise we go down like an entire number of digits.
Without him, the whole situation falls apart.
Yeah, but I've got the chill level right now. I'm playing as the dolphin, so I'm good.
I like these underwater bubbles that are kind of like platforms.
Yeah, it's like I feel like they're almost weren't there sections like this in I want to say one of the Galaxy games.
Yes, you're thinking of Melty Molten, I think.
Possibly, yeah, because it's like it's defying physics in a way that works in this world.
We got a donation, Flame.
Okay.
$75. Boot up stream and hear Tom is gonna rap. Yes.
Oh nice. Who was that from?
That was from Loki Vex, so thank you very much. Bloody hell.
Thank you very much. Go on then.
Alright, I'm gonna give it a shot. Don't judge me, okay? Kid, honestly, I can go on and on. I can explain every natural phenomenon. The tide, the grass, the ground. Oh, that was Maui just messing around. I killed an eel, I buried its guts. Sprouted a tree, now you got coconuts. What's the lesson? What is the takeaway? Don't waste with Maui when he's on a breakaway. And the tapestry here in my skin is a map of the victories I win. Look where I've been, I'm making everything happen. Look at that me mini Maui just tippity tapping. Ha, 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 hey! Well, anyway, let me say you're welcome for the wonderful world you know. Hey, it's okay, you're welcome. Well, come to think of it, I gotta go. Hey, it's your day to say you're welcome, 'cause I'm gonna need that boat. I'm sailing away, you're welcome, 'cause Maui can do anything but float. You're welcome, doodle-doo-doo-doo, and thank you. Done.
That was something.
Thank you.
I'll leave it vague, but that was something.
I'm surprised. I was on the cusp of slurring one of those lines. If you pay attention, you probably would have heard it.
There's probably some music critic who's going to go through it and after the fact, right?
Oh, critics. Let me just widen the things with my air quotes over here. Thank you for clipping, Damos. Feel free to post it.
I think people already will, yeah. This whole permission thing is really cute.
Yeah, it's not 75 quid, it's $75 for charity.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think I nailed that.
Yeah.
And we're now $210 away from breaking the next milestone.
Oh, nice. Alright. I forget, was that the first or second bonus level in this world? I think it might be. Oh, yeah, it was the second because I did the boat run. So, I think this is where I'm going to have a quick break while I leave you guys with Tom. So,
Yeah, no worries.
don't break anything while I'm gone.
Yeah, coconuts, especially when saying it fast. So it's like, kid, honestly, I can go on and on. See, that's hard. That's very hard. Kid, honestly, I can go on and on. I can explain every natural phenomenon. The tide, the grass, the ground. All that was Maui just messing around. I killed an eel, buried its guts, sprouted a tree, now you've got coconuts. What's the lesson? What is the takeaway? Don't mess with Maui when he's on a breakaway. And the tapestry here in my skin is a map of the victories I win. Look where I've been. I make everything happen. Look at that me mini Maui just tippity tapping. There you go. You get a bonus one just for free. Jesus. Anonymous with a $200 donation. Donation singular. Good tidings, comms of the Hellfires. I appreciate thine efforts to have such a charity marathon during these trying times. To organise and stream for a week. It's actually 10 days, but who's asking? Is no small task, but your efforts are incredible. I hope you have a great rest of your marathon. I may return again. Signed, the Benefactor. Who could that be, perhaps? We've passed the 2500 mark, thanks to Spa. Had 22 deaths during Galaxy, so here's my 50 cent per to hit the next goal. Thank you, Spa. So, we have unlocked the next game for the incentive block, which is Luigi's Mansion for the Nintendo GameCube.
Okay, let's play this game.
Mm-hmm.
I just figured I'd have the first bit of me sandwich now. I can have the rest during the credits, and that should mean I won't need too long of a break between games.
There you go, mate.
Mm-hmm. So now we're going on to Snowland.
Let's see. Just a question. Is it okay with help of chat to know the locations of all the bananas for the Kongs? The Kokoms will have guides and whatnot, but by all means help if you want.
Mm-hmm. So guys, can we just check that my mic is still properly balanced against the game, given I have put my headset back on, so I don't know if I've put it on different or something.
Yeah, pro tip, put it on right side up.
Tends to help. I have my, the stick over on the left, and I know it's meant to be there, so I would notice that much being wrong.
Oh, I have it on the right myself.
Ah, no, that doesn't annoy me. It's just what I got used to, I suppose.
Fair enough, mate. Thank you, Game Busters UK, for hosting us.
Yep, thank you very much.
Yeah, you sound great, mate, though, so.
You're sorry?
They say you sound great, so.
Okay, thank you.
So, Tom, who's best boy and why is it Richie? He's pretty up there.
You're gonna have to do your rankings now, you know that.
Well, first is Richie, then it's Richie. Coming up third is Richie, and this next one's going to surprise you, but it's actually Richie, and then fifth is you.
Fucking rigged.
Well, I'm amazed you got in at all. It was the fucking Richie rankings contest.
True.
If anything, you're the one who rigged it.
I do not confirm or deny any speculation.
I'm watching you. Oh, big bear bed. I want to sleep in that shit.
Looks kind of comfy, but then, to be fair, this whole game looks kind of comfy.
Do you have screen share going right now?
I don't, but I can give you it.
Please do, but
Okie doke.
not for any particular reason. I just like saying stuff in real time.
You're right. You're getting it at 480 though. I ain't wasting bandwidth on you.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, is that gone over alright?
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, nice.
I can't believe how far the Discord stuff has come along since the old days.
Yeah, because it used to be really jarring, and I remember there was a reason why we always used Skype for the LPs and whatnot, but it seems to be working a lot better now. That jump could have gone better.
Well, as long as you're alive.
I'm a snowball. Is that alive?
It depends, really. Have I ever played a Devil May Cry game? Yes, I've played 5, and I've dabbled in 3, in which I was terrible, but I've beaten 5.
The only one I've ever beat is the reboot, which I like. I know why it's contentious, but I like it.
Okay. Do I even need to say what genres and shows and games I like that are contentious, Flame? Like, come on.
I know.
Because then Tom don't give a fuck. Gotta say, the snow looks more like cotton.
It probably is cotton. Like Richie was saying that for some of the textures they did scanning photographs of real life things and just apply it that way, so they may well have used cotton for the snow.
Oh, that's great. I was just listening to the VOD of Odyssey. I think I could have altered the video, the audio settings a bit more, because you and Rishi were a bit loud, the game was a tad soft, but it's still listenable. too.
Yeah, I did have a little look at the audio, but anything I tried doing didn't fix the problem, so it's you can hear it. You can hear what we're saying, so it'll have to do.
Well, it's not bad or anything, it's just a bit louder on you and Richie's side than I'd like.
Yeah. Well, I fixed the cropping, so that was me sorted.
Well, there's also the thing, like, you disappeared for like 10 minutes when we were doing audio balancing, so by the time it started, we didn't have any more time.
Oh, well, I was there, but I also needed to de-panic attack.
De-piss, as it were.
No, it was the panic attack, but that starts before we start anything, so I'm surprised you're not used to it by now.
That's true. I would love to do another playthrough with the gaming Brit. I actually messaged him even the other day and said, how you doing? And he was like, oh, I've been thinking of you, Tom, actually, last week, and we should have a chat soon, so we'll see what's what. Cozy cabin.
The coziest. See guys, do you remember how I muted my mic when I was eating?
Does this mic headset have a mute button?
It does if you set a hotkey like I told you to do.
Well,
when you got here I said that you can just set a hotkey to mute your mic instantly, but no, I'll be fine.
gotta do it more now to annoy you.
Well, remember, it's also annoying our chat.
They don't care. They're here for us.
Yeah, probably not these stuffing our face parts.
Fair enough, I'll stop them. So yeah, the point of this level is that it's a cozy cabin, essentially.
What tips you off about that?
The name, the aesthetic.
Yeah, I understand.
And Tom and Gaming Brit do new Ratchet and Clank. Well, I'm gonna probably have to do a stream or two of my own to afford a fucking PS5. So we'll see what's what in that regard.
I'm probably not going to get the PS5 right away. I'll probably wait until either it goes down or there's a few more games worth getting.
Yeah, sure, mate. Like, from what I see so far, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Bug Snacks, the new Ratchet and Clank, as people have said, and that one, like, Studio Leica looking game, Bridge of Spirits, or whatever it was called.
Oh, I think I know the one, yeah. Like, for me, it's the sort of thing, it's exclusives that are gonna sell me purely on the basis of if it's not an exclusive, I will get it on PC. So we just wait to see what they have to offer of, like, beyond just, like, Ratchet and Clank and whatnot.
Are the Ratchet games on PC? I don't think so.
No, they're Sony's games.
What about Spider-Man?
That's not, which is kind of annoying given I don't like the fact that it's an action game locked at console frame rate.
Wow.
I'm not going to get over it. Well, that's the thing, like, I like playing through the first PS4 Spider-Man, but I just really have no drive to go back to it at all, because it's, like, gameplay-wise, I weren't that interested. It's just the story that holds it together in my eyes.
Well, I think the gameplay is great, but you're right in, like, once you've 100%ed it, you don't really need to go back to it.
No, it's, like, I don't know, it's... I feel like because I've just recently been playing the first God of War before and going on to, you know, slow, like, AAA modern stuff, it kind of feels like a step back, but that might be...
call Marvel Spider-Man slow.
It feels slower than OG God of War.
Don't know about
that. It is. You should try playing them back to back and you will see exactly what I mean.
Alright.
Yeah, I got the thing.
I don't need screen share. I'll just leave it like that.
Alright. Oh, was it crashed? Or?
No, I just don't need it. I turned it off.
No, fair play.
It's a Kirby game. I don't really need blow-by-blow footage, you know?
There might be some fun surprises.
Like Kirby pulls out a gun.
Oh yeah.
So how would you say Star Allies is going to go, mate?
I haven't played it as recently as this game, but it should be okay. Like, it's a very short game, I remember it being, so yeah.
It's about the level of Epic Yard, I think.
Oh, I would say Epic Line's quite a bit longer. Granted, that is because I'm doing bonus stuff here, but
Yeah.
I remember Star Allies being about 4 hours or so.
Yeah, something like that.
Let's see if I can do this. Just do the one thing through there, and I got them all.
Do it.
I'm not going to be doing the extra modes for Star Allies, mainly because I'll have been going all day at that point and I don't really want to drag it out, but also there's a lot of stuff like getting the extra stages and that. You got to find stuff in the levels, and I don't really want it to be a guide playthrough. I might have been a bit late on that. Oh no, I got the 5-star.
Nice.
The picture quality on stream all holding up and that?
It looks crystal clear, mate. It looks great.
That's good. Because I had some drop frames earlier. It doesn't seem like there's been any more, but no one mentioned anything, so I guess it was probably during like some downtime or something.
Don't worry.
I just like the video to look good.
Well, if you're like internally recording, it won't matter.
Yeah, true. Well, I think it depends on whether it's the connection going over or whether it's the CPU going over. Oh, we got a slider level.
Nice. So we have Snow World. What's the next world?
Space.
What's the final world?
That is a little bit of a spoiler. It's a throwback kind of thing.
Okay. You know, I gotta say, for all my criticisms of them, the Game Grumps playthrough of this is actually really good.
I don't think I watched that one, but
I recommend it.
Yeah, I might go back to that.
Because it's funny and it's just fun to watch. They're not like experts in the game or anything, but they do a good job.
Well, it's the sort of game that lends itself to kind of casual playthroughs, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. What are these little patches that you're picking up?
Well, the ones with the little stars in, or the wing ones?
The pink ones, mate.
Oh, they're like little speed ups. They give you like an extra jump, like a bit of a boost when you jump.
Okay.
But like they run out, so this is very much a timing game, and it's one of my favourites of the little power ups that you get.
Yeah, it looks fun.
Woolly hat sofa.
I'd take a nap on it.
And a snowman.
Nice.
Made of wool.
Go ahead, take him if you dare. This lad's got combos going here.
175 actually. Now
Oh,
185.
yeah.
Didn't get the 5-star patch, but 3 stars good enough.
Yeah. You got gold, that's all you need.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as long as I pass the level, it's the bosses that I need to worry about getting plenty of beads in, because that's what unlocks the bonus levels. Yeah, gold member. It's in the bosses. The extra patch you can get kinda stands in as a platinum medal. So it's like there's a stage above the gold there.
Right, right.
But just for the levels themselves, it doesn't really matter that much.
You got it, mate. Oh, I do love a good snow or ice world.
Well, we're getting the Frosty Wheel level now, so it's got loads of spinny mechanics on the ice. Look, he's got a little sled.
Oh, I need to screen grab it.
Go for it. Let's just... Whee!
That's adorable. Well, if you miss winter, don't worry. I got news for you. It comes around in a few months anyway.
Yep. Whether you want it to or not, although to be fair, I much prefer it being too cold than too hot.
Oh, yeah. Because when you're too cold, you can be like, well, I gotta put my dressing gown on, I gotta put my slippers on, gotta get some hot cocoa, darn. When you're too warm, it's like, oh, I gotta take a layer of clothing off, and I'm still fucking warm.
It's like, I only have so many layers to take off, like, do I get rid of my skin next? Like, what? Oh, snow globe.
Yeah, ice physics aren't for everyone.
They're handled pretty well in this because it's like quite distinctly shown as the sled. So it's like you always know whether you're about to slip and slide or not. It's when it kind of catches you off guard that it's a problem. Oh no, I am frozen.
You know, I did originally think winter was the best season, but maybe it is autumn after all.
Yeah, it's kind of like a healthy middle ground, isn't it?
Yeah. You get the crisp winds, you get the rain, but then you get, like, the breezy sun, which is the best.
Yeah, when you actually, like, you can enjoy the fact that it's not raining, but also not be melting to death.
Have I heard of YTP Justin the Dog Protector of Memes? No, but I'll do you one. Have you heard of YT Watchdog?
I have not.
Well then, that's going back a ways. I saw a video on my feed the other day. It was from like 10 years ago.
Yeah, they do that sometimes randomly, don't they?
Like, hey, do you want to feel old? Check this shit out. It's like so much fun.
It is. It's just Kirby being Kirby.
Yeah. And it's like your punishment is just losing points. So the incentive is to, like, just get good. Like, you don't need to worry about losing lives and going back to a boring game over screen.
Go get the 5-star. I think. Go on. Stay. Oh! Watch this, it cut me out of it right at the last second.
Oh.
So what you actually use the beads for in this game, what I'm not showing off, because we have no reason to really, is that you can go back to Kirby's flat and buy different things to decorate his house with.
Yeah, sorry, just the fact you described it as a flat was funny to me.
It literally is a flat.
Well, whatever, that's besides the point.
Like, the what's his face guy, I forget his name, but the other guy, he's building an apartment block.
I know, it's just the way he described it. It's like an episode of Peep Show where it's exactly the same, but Kirby's there. It's like 50 nod, Kirby. 50, that's insane.
Wee. King DDD.
A rare moment of joy from Flame. That's not DDD. That ain't Falco. Don't you try a fucking thing.
It's fine, I know you need your noms.
No, it was a puppet.
Yep. So, got to stall a little bit to try and get some beats out of him. But then... Actually, this one I might be fine just to attack. I think you get enough beats just from not messing up.
Yes, we'll see.
Actually, yeah, if I just do this a few times, then I can build up my beats.
Nice. Yeah, Gordos.
Here he comes. Let's maybe give him one extra cycle just to be safe.
Yeah, they're all yarn, because they're in the world of yarn, so...
Get all the beads.
Get them. I see that platinum patch.
Yeah. Okay, now I've got to pick them all back up.
Oh, bastard. Jesus. Never ends.
I got it back again though.
I want to club of that there, Kirby. I need a monster to donate to the Health Icons Child's Play Charity Marathon Super Nintendothon. I got just the one. It's called the donate button. You can click it and donate.
Come on, do your hammer thing. You know you want to.
No, I will not.
Okay. Thought I might be able to pick that up, but apparently not.
Pick up a shockwave? Are you okay, Flame?
Or maybe you can pick up the other weird and wonderful projectiles he fires. Okay. Here we go. Let's hold on to this until he stops.
5 years later, he's still going. Puppets don't have lungs, so he's not going to get tired. Kirby, 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 he's the yarn that you know. Kirby, 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 he's in the world of snow.
There we go.
Prince Fluff could not give a fuck about King D, did he?
Nah, he just showed up because he needed to do his little dance.
Now, our current top donor of $300 is actually still Kyrex. People have come close with 200, but they haven't passed him specifically for a single donation bigger than 3, so the gauntlet has been thrown down, as it were.
It's
Spaceland.
Yeah, but we're not going there just yet because we do have 2 more bonus levels.
2 pieces of patchland together.
Do what you gotta.
There's the halberd.
In the sky above Dreamland.
The halberd.
Yeah.
It's like a sword. Actually, no, it's not a sword. It's like a lance of sorts.
Basically.
Patches and stitching everywhere. What monster would do such a thing? Just then, a powerful laugh filled the sky around him. Yeah. What? Who goes there? Yin Yang crashed onto the deck and completely ambushed Meta Knight. Mind if I sock it to you?
I get it.
And just like that,
I don't understand.
he was gone.
You made a funny
Now,
joke.
Yin Yang had
I don't understand.
You won't.
I'll let you have that one.
All sewn up. Did this mean the end of Dreamland?
King Dedede gives us $1 and says, I need a monster to clubber that there stream. I hear y'all are clubbering me. That ain't right. I'm the star of that there show. So thoughts on my show?
Well, thank you, King DDD.
Yes? No? You watched it?
Oh, like the anime? No, I haven't watched that, unfortunately.
Same, honestly.
Yeah.
Sorry, King.
Penguins.
Demon penguins.
This level they're unlocking's fun, so I don't mind.
By the way, guys, the next incentive game at 3K is actually Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Yes, the one of infamy. I think Snake's down for that, isn't he?
May actually see who's scheduled for that. Because we have our own private thing.
Yeah.
Schedule.
I'll just be riding this car here.
Okay. Ghost riding the whip, as it were.
I like this level a lot, but this is another one that if you want to get both the gold drink and all the items, then you are going to have to do it across multiple runs.
Oh, it's one of those, alright.
Yeah.
Will Conker's Bad Fur Day be played on Thursday? I don't know.
It says on the dock, but if you want to have a look.
July 23rd, so yeah, I think it might be, actually. By sheer coincidence.
Oh.
Can't believe you keep crashing into all these things, Flame.
Well, you know, I'm not good at timing. I think pretty much any time I've played games online before, should be proof of that.
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, if you want to commission some TV comms for right back at you, go ahead. Yes, I know you can watch Shark Tale on GBA. It's a very cursed thing.
There are a couple of Sonic X episodes as well.
We don't talk about that.
Why not? It's art.
It's not art. Unleashed is art.
So Sonic X GBA. And Shrek's on there as well.
Yeah, well. Shrek is Drek.
You what?
Shrek is Drek.
I'm just saying, if we wanted to fill out the marathon a bit more, technically the Shrek GPA car is a Nintendo exclusive.
How do I explain to Flame that we can't just watch a movie on here? Doesn't matter if it's hyper compressed for GBA. So is this the second of two bonus ones?
Yeah, this one's
Nice.
the Christmas tree one.
Yeah, boy.
In the middle of summer, I'm aware.
It's always time for Christmas.
No, it's not, although I have seen a Facebook group that's like Christmas all year round, and they just keep posting Christmas carols no matter what time of the year it is.
Come on, you just ruined the appeal that way.
Some people are just like that, I guess.
Yeah, some people just are. Oh yeah, the left level.
I'm just going to keep mildly annoying these Waddle Dees.
Might as well do a plug of my own. By the way, guys, since you've been so generous so far, I am actually going to be doing another charity event, but this one's going to be on November 24th, 2020, which is my birthday. And I'll be running a Nuzlocke run for a currently undecided Pokemon game, also for Child's Play. If you have Twitter, you can go to this tweet and leave a suggestion in the comments. Once I get some ideas from that, I'll run a straw poll, which I'll probably announce on YouTube and whatnot, and we'll see what's what. Black 2 would be good, yeah.
I think that's like Black and White 2 are the only main series Pokemon games I've never actually beat.
Really?
Yeah. I have a copy of White 2, I just never got around to it.
It's just going to be one stream spot. They're just random pictures that I picked, Gold. You can pick whatever mainline game you want. God, if Gen 4 wins, I bloody hope it's like Platinum instead of Diamond.
I mean, like, if Gen 4 wins, then you're probably gonna be looking like 50 quid for a copy of the game to start with.
Or I could just emulate it.
Yeah, that's true. Though, like, I will say the Pokemon games are a bit finicky with emulation from what I found. That's why I ended up paying out to basically a scalper just when I wanted to cover it for my channel.
Well, I wanted to get a Pokemon Trader Amiibo. That shit's like 100 quid now.
Christ.
Oh.
That's just what happens when Nintendo sell out of both of their stock.
Yep. They're very much like Disney in that regard.
It's got to be intentional. They always sell out of everything.
As much as we love Nintendo and we're doing a Nintendo-themed charity event, we know what they're like.
Yeah, like, we're doing this because we love their games. Let's put it that way.
It's like, I love Mickey Mouse, the character. Disney as a corporation.
They're basically evil.
Goldmember says, I did watch a nice rumour video today about a potential tour of a DLC for Swish. I don't know about that, but if you want to post it, by all means.
I don't know whether it would be worth their time doing another DLC pack, just because I feel like they're probably going to want to move on to the next thing after the year cycle.
Exactly. Yeah. And Isle of Armor and especially the Crown Tundra are big enough as is.
Like, what I'm hoping is that, given they're doing the DLC packs this year, which, as far as I know, got a fair few other staff involved, at least higher up, hopefully that means that they're getting an extra year in the dev cycle for the next game. Whether they are doing that or not is a different story, but we'll see. Okay, so that's all of Snowland down. Let's go into Spaceland.
2 worlds left, Joel. Welcome to the world of tomorrow.
Today!
Today.
this music's good.
Yeah, the Isle of Armor could use some NPC traders, but besides that, I liked it a fair bit.
I suppose they're trying to focus mainly on the dojo and whatnot, and they say it's mainly them characters getting the attention.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I'm missing that thing.
We never did playthroughs of Days or Coded, and we didn't plan to.
I think you do the films for one of them.
We did the film of Days, yeah. Yeah, they were covered during the Guy and Key. So, if you want to watch Spar and I go through that, be our guest.
Space Monitor.
Nice. Just put Flounder in the corner, yeah. Can these Waddle Dees even attack you about weapons?
Nope. They're functionally useless.
There you go.
They are basically just ammunition.
No, I'm excited about Melody and Memories as well. I'd like a good rhythm game. Apparently got rated by an Australian board, so who knows, maybe the release is sooner than we think.
Yeah, usually if things get ratings, they're basically done.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, Scarfies.
Oh boy.
It's fine, I can do that.
Nice. Get shit on.
The UFO is a little bit clunky, but when you can just screen wipe like that, it is still satisfying.
Yeah. They're using Kingdom Hearts 1 story for the story because it's using PS2 assets. It's just easier. Although there are other characters you can play as, like Riku's there. Yeah, like Bagel says, probably the only way it's getting on Switch. Theoretically, Spy, you might know the answer to this. Is it possible for the PS4 collections to play on the Switch?
Or aren't they just like upscaled PS2 games themselves?
Well, I mean, yeah, but like 60 FPS, etc.
Like, I can't see why it wouldn't.
Well, yeah, I'm aware that KSU saw it also as a thing, but he's also taller, so I guess it's just more awkward to insert him into, like, classic situations.
Whatever, I'm just taking those losses.
The Switch did not even get the remaster for Ni no Kuni. What?
That seems strange. Although, I don't think 2 was on Switch either, though, was it?
Hell, the Switch even got the 2010 version of Deadly Premonition instead of the director's cut. What? Got PS3 sloppy seconds. Ugh.
specific jump coming up and I'm scared.
Don't worry about it, man. Yeah, they at least need a sizable boost to keep getting, like, old generation ports at the very least.
That's how Nintendo keeps screwing themselves over with weaker hardware, though.
Well, they try to keep it, like, cheap for one thing.
Yeah, but they're also, like, it's that hard balance, because it does mean that anyone developing for them either needs to downgrade their games a lot, or have to develop separate versions. Which has always been a Nintendo problem since the Wii, at least, so... yeah. I got a silver, I'll settle with that.
For a level you sort of struggled with, well, struggled in quotation marks, that was not bad overall.
Yeah, like, I think I did get a gold run down when I recorded it, but that was after quite a lot more takes than I'm willing to waste time with on stream.
Yeah. I think the music of the level you were just on is one of my favourites on the soundtrack.
Alright, the one I'm on right now, Tube Town, it's got this weird kind of electronic thing going, which makes sense. It's just so different to like everything else on the soundtrack that it kind of stands out.
Oh, is the SpongeBob Switch port 20 FPS at times?
I haven't heard great things about that port in general, like that remake in general, to be honest.
It seems like it was rushed, because the devs seemed, like, passionate enough about it. Apparently they've rushed it to get it out in time for the film, which was delayed 3 times before getting delayed to 2021 anyway.
Christ.
The pandemic will not have helped in that regard.
Oh, yeah. Shouldn't have done that.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Well, I just screwed myself out getting a thing for the ending screen, so it's not the end of the world.
Or is it?
Perhaps it is.
Perhaps it is. Well, I don't want the Cage Collection on the Switch 2, I want it on the Switch 1.
Can't always get what you want though, can ya?
Well, I want to transfer my games on the Switch 1 to Switch 2, that's for certain.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, because I'm mostly digital.
You know how Nintendo be. They'll have,
Yeah.
they'll have a brand new eShop for you to rebuild your classic collection.
So fucking stupid. Like, I can't defend that at all, it's just lazy.
I'm sure they'll have some great games like Super Mario Brothers and Balloon Fight.
Yeah, for $10 a piece.
Yeah.
I can't understand how the original Wii shop was simple, but to the point, and elegant in its simplicity, and then you go to the Wii shop and then the Switch shop. Like, who is managing this system?
Yeah, it feels like they're really not good at future-proofing all their licenses and stuff, because like the Wii's like Virtual Console, that had a huge variety of not just their own games but also third parties. But that basically doesn't happen now. And like surely it couldn't have been that hard to sort of future-proof it in their terms, you know, like future digital distribution with a more generic wording.
Oh, there's no Switch 2 or anything, we're just spitballing ideas. I'm kind of disappointed in the durability of the Switch hardware and whatnot. Actually, everything since the 3DS has been not as sturdy as the olden days.
Yeah, like the fact that the Joy-Con issues is still a thing is kind of a big problem.
Yep.
And it seems quite telling that something must be going on, and that I believe the Switch Lite also has similar issues. So, like, has it just not been acknowledged?
I was like initially thinking maybe it's something to do with the way the Joy-Cons can be removed from the dock and like the connectivity just weakens over time, but if that's happening to like the Switch Lite as well, that can't be.
I think what people have put it down to from taking them apart is that it's like the little connector underneath the analog stick comes loose or something.
Right.
So like that's what happens. But like the Switch hardware overall is a problem. Like the Pro controller has issues as well. Like a good few models of them have funky D-pads. It's the low gravity level.
Cool. Yeah, I had several words ready to go there. None of them came out correctly.
It's fine. Low gravity levels are exciting.
Yeah, like losing Iwata probably did more damage than people want to admit, because the guy who replaced him is not a games designer; he's a businessman.
Which that's not always a death knell, but it kind of like you kind of get the feeling that maybe they're not quite as invested in it from a gamer perspective as, you know, we might like.
Yeah, like from a business perspective, people having to rebuy stuff every gen is amazing.
Yeah.
God, it was telling when, like, I don't think Masuda commented on Pokemon Unite at all.
No, well, to be fair, he's not involved in TPCI, so he has no reason to comment, but still.
I'm going to go to his Twitter and see if there's any mention of it.
To be fair, I don't think I've heard him talk about any other like non-Game Freak games either.
No. Like Twilight Wings, some food posts, more Twilight Wings, Pokemon anime, Pokemon Go, Chirachi cakes.
Maybe that's how they get him to go along with things, just cook him a good meal.
Yeah, maybe.
And if that's the case, I can't fault the man at all.
I don't know why they thought like having the music director direct the games entirely was a good idea, though.
I don't know, like, hasn't he been directing for quite a while now, though? So
He has, yeah.
yeah, so
I think it's time for like a change in talent or something.
yeah, at least a bit of new blood. I feel like more than that, even. It's like they seem like they're not using the resources they should have available, and that again, TPCI more likely than Game Freak being the culprit there. But
Yeah.
like, even when they were talking about like the models for the Pokédex and shit like that, like, surely you should be able to just hire, let's say, 100 or so people just to throw together some models. Shouldn't be that hard for a series of that caliber.
Okay, so he retweeted or posted the Pokemon Presents that showed off Snap. I can't see anything about Unite though. Thank you for subscribing at Tier 2. You walked by. Just a reminder that subscriptions benefits the channel not the charity. Use the donate button below, if you can, please. But thank you for supporting us. You get access to some emotes, I believe, like this.
You like having an excuse to post them out for, don't you?
I do, and this. There's also a retake one. There you go. Malfoy saw a retake. Such is life.
Space food.
What the hell is that? HFC Malfoy TK. What was that added?
Wait, what?
There's a Malfoy with like the emoticon.
I don't know. I ain't seen that.
I'm actually subscribed to KZ, so I have some of his emoticons.
Alright.
Like Sora dabbing, for example.
The quality stuff.
Oh, it's an edit you can do with channel points. There you go.
Alright.
You guys should be building up channel points by like just watching the stream, so see what you can spend those on. That's a really stupid edit, Kirby Bolt.
Whee, this is fun.
You enjoying this level?
Yeah, I get to fly all over the place. It's great.
Nice.
I just pick up the ball of yarn and he goes up by himself. Oh, I think I remember what I got to do here. This is an awkward jump, but I might be able to do it.
I believe in you somewhat.
So you got to use the momentum you get from picking up the enemies to boost yourself up. That is clever.
Yep, that's cool. That was good. Like Kirby's a very simple platformer. I wouldn't even call it a platformer sometimes because you can float, but it can surprise you.
Yeah, again, like we've talked about this earlier in the playthrough, but it was very much like, you know, if you want to just play through it, you can fumble your way through and have a good time. But if you want to, you know, get a better feel for it, you can.
Yeah. So yeah, with your channel points, you now have access to the retake emoticon for the next 24 hours.
Ah, cool.
You might need it when Donkey Kong Barrel Blast comes along tomorrow. I was actually just looking up the controls for that. I thought you actually used the Wiimote and Nunchuck to accelerate, but apparently you use it to turn as well.
Yep.
Well, thankfully that might bode well for me because the AI is at the same level I am, so...
Oh, right, like, is it adaptive or just...
I don't know, but like if it's programmed to use motion controls, it can't be that difficult of a racing game.
That sounds like it could be a famous last words kind of situation.
Oh yeah, it's the racing game. We're playing some schlock this marathon.
We've got to get a few in, haven't we?
Yeah. Yeah, my arms are going to be sore, because God knows I don't exercise.
God knows he really likes Donkey Kong.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. That sweet Kong Dong.
And I got all this shit too.
Nice. My gold, welcome to the stream.
I think this is Stella Way.
I would be very surprised if it wasn't.
Well, yeah, it is. Cool, because I do still have 2 bonus levels as well for this world.
Yep, don't worry. The next world's the last one, so... Which which means it only took you about 4.5 hours to beat the game. Just putting you off.
No, but if I die, then I'll say it is.
Okay. Isn't this like similar to a new Super Mario Bros. Level with the stars?
Maybe, like the background looks sort of similar.
Well, I was more talking about the star platforms.
Oh yeah, possibly. I don't remember that much from New Super Mario Bros. Games, to be fair.
No, that's perfectly fair. Protector of Memes asks, "Hey Tom, will Flame be taking suggestions for Pokemon to use in Stadium 2? Because I'd love to see him use Crobat."
I might do if I'm having trouble, yeah.
And there you go. When is Pokemon Day anyway? Let me have a look.
I think that's 2 days from now, if I recall correctly, but...
Yeah. Let's see. Tomorrow's Donkey Kong Day, after that it's Rare Day.
Alright.
So... yeah. Pokemon Stadium 2, Dash, Tournament, and Learning with Pokemon Typing Adventure.
I think I might just keep going through with this level, because there's a lot of backtracking if you're trying to get the extra shit.
Yeah, just go for it, mate.
Yeah.
Just go for it.
And try not to die.
Try not to die. Why are we here, Flame?
We are here to raise money for Child's Play.
And who are Child's Play?
Child's Play are a charity who provide toys and games to hospitalised children, so it's well worth donating to.
And what is the theme of this marathon?
Nintendo games?
Well said. You can donate by clicking the button below. Every $500 raised gets you a new game for the bonus block. We're at 5 so far. Number 1 is Nintendo Land, which will be run by me. Number 2 is Excite Truck, run by...
Myself?
Number 3, Fire Emblem Warriors, run by Tanner. Number 4, a Super Bowl Showcase, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, run by Miranda. And number 5, Luigi's Mansion, run by me.
Oh yeah, we got some shmup going on here.
And we got a new donation as well. $44.44. Really been looking forward to this marathon. Sorry about the Mario 64 troubles yesterday, but now I get to be here live for Flame's next stream in the game, so there's some upside. I'm just glad I was in time for Kirby. Put this towards Tom Choice for incentives, to decide neglected to check the list. There actually aren't any right now, but I guess it goes towards unlocking the next game, which is Conker's Bad Fur Day at the 3,000 mark. So, thank you very much, Gold.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And actually, I'll be running Mario 64, and I guess Flame and Rich will be the co-coms if they so choose.
Yeah, I'm down, as long as we'll see if anyone else is available and all, but I'm down.
I mean, I know the game, so...
yeah.
I haven't played it in a while, but I vaguely recall it. Sort of.
Yeah. The parts I fucked up in are etched into your memory now, so you got the first half or so.
I also know I know which to avoid as well, so...
yeah.
Yep, the old Luigi's Mansion solo LP. That's a big one.
There we go.
Nice. Yeah, they entered the Matrix once just to be up. I actually took a few down and I just re-uploaded them. And I was going for a thing where I was like not happy with like stuff, but thankfully I changed my mind later.
And I sort of tell you off when you take stuff down because it kind of kills the channel momentum.
I'm not sure if we were friends at that point.
Not back then, but like nowadays. Like,
Yeah, of course, yeah. And yes, I know the TV comms hurt the momentum, but I don't care.
well,
I have a Patreon.
that's fine. Yeah.
I have a Patreon. I don't need to worry about YouTube views for the most part.
Well, no, that's fine because that's actual new content people want. Is when you're just taking down old stuff for no reason.
Oh yeah, fuck that.
Now this boss, I remember, can be kind of a pain in the ass to get the beads for. So. And this one, to go back on what you were saying earlier, you do have to grab the shockwaves.
Ah, changed it up.
Like so.
Let's see what they did here. Nice job immediately ruining it.
I know.
Do you actually remember the E3 where they showed off Epic Yarn for the first time?
No, I can't remember anything from that far back, honestly.
I think that's also where they showed off Skyward Sword and Donkey Kong Country Returns.
Alright.
Yeah, June 15th, 2010. 2010 was a decent E3 if I recall. Let's see, what games came out in 2010 for Nintendo? Mario Galaxy 2, Metroid Other M, Red Steel 2, Monster Hunter Tri, Gonson DS, Sin and Punishment 2, Endless Ocean 2, No More Heroes 2, Xenoblade Chronicles for the Wii, Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Donkey Kong Country Returns, Professor Layton and the Unrun Future, Kirby's Epic Yarn. Yeah, that was a good year for Nintendo. Yeah, Skyward Sword is painfully linear. It's okay, you can do it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to concentrate because I need the beads.
Yeah, I know.
There we go.
Nicely done, mate.
I can breathe again.
We did it! We got a piece of the magic yarn. The magic yarn shimmered and spiraled and swirled high into the sky.
We're coming to the final world of the game, guys.
And Patchland was stitched back together thanks to Kirby and Prince Fluff. Thanks, Kirby. I couldn't have done it without your help. Kirby and Prince Fluff jumped for joy, but their celebration was cut short when Meta Knight awoke. Kirby, forgive me. I blame the yarn. Meta Knight explained to
Forgive me, I blame the yarn.
Beautiful, yeah.
This upset Kirby immensely.
There's the
He had no
screen
idea
cap.
how to get
This
back
upset
to
Kirby
it.
immensely.
I've got it. Prince Fluff pulled out a sock, just like the one Yin Yarn had stolen from Patch Castle. Socks always come in pairs, and now that Patchland was stitched back together, the other sock's magic had been restored. Be careful, Kirby. Yin Yarn is one mean piece of string. He'll be fine. After all, I'm going with him, Fluff said. And they all set
That's
out
one for the Marathon's
to button up
Twitter.
Yin Yarn's story once and for all.
Okay, so we can go in here, but before we do that proper, we have got 2 more bonus levels from Spaceland.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't always have to sound like you're apologising for more content, mate.
No, I'm just saying what we're doing.
Okay, then. Sure. This upset Kirby immensely.
It's great.
It is. Prince Fluff could be like parallel universe Kirby, maybe.
I don't think so.
I don't know what his race is. Maybe he's just a fluffling.
Okay.
So, how do you unlock the final world then?
Well, that's what we've just gone to in the story, but I've come back.
Ah. Yeah, back from outer space.
No, we're going back to space.
Okay. Apparently Nintendo Directs actually started in 2011.
Oh, that's been quite a while, yeah.
So next year will be their 10-year anniversary.
Moon base. We've got low grav.
Nice. I don't think they're trying to get away from the direct format, it's just the pandemic is making it hard to record new ones. But they were very Iwata focused, so who knows, maybe they do want to move on from that.
Yeah, maybe. We don't know.
Yeah, we just don't know. Well, this level seems cool.
It is.
So as we're coming like to the end, like how would you rate epic yarn as a Kirby game.
I would honestly say out of the games I've played, it is one of my favourites. I'm not sure which one I would say is my favourite overall, because like I've enjoyed most of the Kirby games I've played, so yeah, it's a pretty consistent series.
I would say for me it's Robobot.
I haven't actually played that one.
Oh, you should, mate. Get a cheap copy.
A cheap copy of a Nintendo game, that's a good one.
Heyo. Just a rim shot that goes on forever. I didn't really care for not Superstar Ultra, Triple Deluxe. Maybe it's because my 3DS's like slide pad is wonky now, and it just makes like doing platforming not annoying, but more fiddly than it should be. But I felt it was a lesser game than Robobot.
I like Triple Deluxe quite a bit, so...
It's a fine game, I just prefer Robobot.
Yeah,
I prefer Robobot's gimmick for one thing.
Yeah, fair. Given like Triple Deluxe was basically revolving around, you can go in the foreground, now you go in the background.
It was just basically... Fuck! Well, I should have done that into a glass. Fuck! That didn't really work either, whatever. I haven't played a lot of Kirby games, but I did love Robobot, so... Well, at least you got Silver Flame.
It's good enough for me.
Yeah. Haven't tried Mass Attack. But sorry, welcome to the stream. We're just about done with Triple Deluxe. Sorry. Because I was talking about Triple Deluxe. Kirby's Epic Yarn. We have a $10 donation from Inu Sora Girl. Hey, Ed, Tom and Flame and Claw. Here to donate, like I used to back in the day. I recently started watching you guys again and saw you were doing another marathon. So here's my donation for the kids and some pure nostalgia. Well, welcome back to the fold.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'll remember to lock the door this time.
So, Outer Rings. This has
Yeah, boy.
probably my favourite song in the whole game.
I've heard good things.
It's the one I was playing on pre-stream earlier. This is just a full-on shmup level.
Oh, that was you, Matsuri, with a new username. Cool.
Alright.
It's cool. Watch other channels by all means. We can't provide every little bit of your entertainment. We're not like a super variety channel or anything.
You're not contracted to watch us exclusively.
Exactly, there. Yeah, random shmups are a Kirby staple.
Yeah, it just fits, doesn't it?
I get the feeling Sakurai likes shmups.
Probably. Now, to be fair, I don't think he's directed Kirby for a little while now.
Masahiro Sakurai, let's have a look. Yeah, the last Kirby he was even involved with was Kirby and the Amazing Mirror in 2004. He was only a special advisor there.
Yeah. He's just doing mainly Smash stuff now, isn't he? So.
He is actually the voice of King Dedede in Smash, though, which is pretty funny.
Yeah.
So when he was like doing the fake out for King K. Rool, that was him laughing at you. Yeah, I can imagine sequel fatigue being a thing.
Saturn snack.
That's just a donut. Stop trying to inject some purple prose in this.
It's marketing.
Now this is a schmop. Oh, it's Krakow.
Yep, we got a boss.
Yeah, THG and I covered KH3 and Remind. I miss Brawl in the Family as well.
Yeah, that finished quite a long time ago now, didn't it?
It did, mate, it did. Did you ever watch Brawl in the Family? Sorry, I did the same thing where I said what I recently just said. There will be Brawl.
I don't recall, no.
It's a live-action Smash Bros. Thing.
Nah.
It sounds cringe, because they play it completely straight, it works.
No.
I'm sure you guys in the chat know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I've mentioned it before.
And I managed to remember where all the good shit is in this level, which it's one of them that because most of the items are hidden behind certain enemies, you do have to remember which enemies it is if you're trying to get all the items in one hit. So that's that all done, but now we can move on to the final world, Dreamland.
Nice. Yeah. How many levels here, mate?
Same again, so like 4 boss and then 2.
Okay.
So first up is Wispy's Forest. Like, you already know what music's playing.
You already know what it is. Oh, this is the one the best friends use for their theme, I think. Like the exact one.
I don't know if it's this one, this exact performance of it, but it is that song.
Right, it's pretty close because this came out in 2010,
Alright.
and I think one of their first videos was them playing Epic Yarn.
Huh.
Well, you got the little star doors and everything.
That's wispy words.
Nice. Ah, he didn't really try at all that time. Yeah, why does Kirby hate Wispy Wood so much?
I don't know, might have a bit of history.
Maybe, yeah.
mean to do that, but I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. Hashtag justice for Wispy. Oh, Wispy murdered Kirby's wife? Well, fuck him then.
Yeah.
That's not cool.
Yeah, burn that fucker down.
You're lucky the bastard don't get a torch and just go to town on you. Poyo! Dead. That's one bear who cares about his fitness and is also dead.
Yeah. Kind of defeats the point if you're just gonna snuff it afterwards.
Yeah. Oh, some good timing here, Flame.
That's questionable.
Well, no, I mean just platforming in general.
No,
Yeah, getting your wires in order, Demos. I should probably do that one of these days. I'm just so fucking lazy.
just get that GameCube setup tested.
Yeah, I'll probably do that before we meet up tomorrow. I'll give you an excuse to put Barrel Blasted and test it.
Yeah, right.
I might use the Wii U for 720p, I haven't decided yet.
It'll probably give you better picture quality for Wii games on there. It's just for
Yeah.
the whole GameCube thing.
Yeah, that's perfect, man, that's fine. It's just nice to have access to a thing that I can use, you know, for SD consoles and whatnot.
Yeah, well, that's got your GameCube covered. You need a different setup for PS2, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, there's PS2 ports on GameCube, so...
yeah, fair play.
And if I wanted to play a port, I'd go with the GameCube one.
That's pretty much for the best. Oh god.
Yep. Jesus Christ, Flame.
Well, sis, my timing is great.
The absolute state of you. Just left that star there.
It's fine. I don't care.
He cares immensely.
You're not meant to tell him that part. Robot time.
Nice.
And down I go. Or maybe
Nice.
I need a bit more of both.
Kill the bears. Yeah, Kirby remixes music a lot.
Yeah. But to be fair, it's good music.
It is good music, to be fair. So do you have bonus worlds in this one as well?
Yeah, like 2 bonus levels.
Okay. I assume you get those after the credits are rolled?
Yeah. So we come back here after the credits and do them.
Can you skip the credits?
I don't know, but I can try.
Okay.
If we skip the credits, we'll need a bit of time between games just to refresh and whatnot. But yeah. Finish me sandwich.
Yeah.
It's probably the most violent Wispy Woods fight.
Yeah, get your stars, man. Get your stars.
You get your fucking stars.
I have. I got my star collection right here.
I got the gold anyway, who cares?
Well,
Okay, Waluigi.
Luigi number 1. Why is everyone making cake memes all of a sudden?
I don't know why all of a sudden the cake level was earlier.
I'm talking about like Twitter and whatnot.
No, right.
Like on the Waldy just comes out, does its job, and pisses off. Yeah, a knife that turns everything it cuts into cake would be a pretty neat stand gold. Call it Lazy Town.
God.
It's a piece of cake to bake a bit of cake. Then you bring in Little John, you got a song, you got a bop.
I haven't got a clue what you're talking about.
I don't, quite frankly, at this point.
Okay, as long as that's both of us.
So you jump right into that pit.
You didn't have to say that, but you looked.
I did. Do. Is that the music that's playing now?
Nah, it's... I recognise the song from Kirby, like from some other Kirby game. I just can't tell which one it is.
Okay. That's probably the Kirby theme I recognise the most, even outside of Green Greens.
Oh, it's Spark Building, that's the one.
Okay. A building made entirely of butter. Imagine.
To get something to throw up there. Or I can just keep going.
Yeah, you can keep going.
That's the plan at this point.
I don't expect you to get everything in Star Allies, by the way.
I won't go to. I've been going all day already.
Like, it's a little bit harder than Epic Yarn, but probably not by much.
Nah. To get something to throw at it. I can do Kirby.
I didn't even realize these were the bombs from Robobot for a second.
Oh,
Because of the art style change and whatnot.
I didn't get any of the things. Oh well.
Ah, well. Who's gonna tell on you? Not me. Can I get some oofs in the chat? Bonus points if they're accompanied by PS1 Malfoy.
Oh, Cloud Palace. This can be a bit finicky.
So it's this, then the boss, and then 2 bonus levels.
I think so. I forget, was that level 2 or level 3 we were just on?
That was level 2, I think.
Oh, so this is level 3, then I think there's 4 and then the boss? I may be wrong.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I can look it up.
Yeah.
Dreamland. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a level after this.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Then the boss, and then 2 last ones.
Mm-hmm. Cloud Rug. I'm sure that'll come in handy.
Hmm. Oh, we have another $20 donation from StarMech. Kirby was the second video game, possibly, I ever played as a wee babby lad, and their simplistic designs pushed me to try and imitate them. So growing up, I had tons of Kirby-styled critters and characters. So in a way, I owe the pink puffball for my interest and skills in art.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
very cute. And here comes Krakow, the abomination.
Yeah, we'll just try and get away from him. That'd be quite nice.
Yeah.
Oh god, he's gaining.
Krakow would be a good assist trophy.
Oh, I'm surprised he isn't already.
Yeah.
Lost all them stars, don't care.
Okay. So yeah, we're $413 away from hitting the big 3K, guys.
Sweet.
Anything you can give would help immensely. If you can't donate, please at any big streamers you follow and ask them to retweet the stream because it's for charity, or raiders if they're streaming and whatnot.
Another shmup.
Another shmup.
Yep, side on this time.
Nice. Apparently this is the shit from Superstar.
It might be. I haven't actually played Superstar, though I have heard good things.
You should get Superstar Ultra then.
We'll see.
Doing things,
No, I mean more it's an out-of-print DS game.
That too, yeah.
That's usually where the hesitation comes from.
Flame is lazy, he is. Yeah.
I'm not sure how stingy and lazy are the same.
Yeah, very true.
Oh, we're at the boss.
There's a wee Krakow, so there is. Raya donated $40. Having a blast watching the stream. Keep doing an awesome job. Thank you very much. Stick around, because after we're done with Epic On, there'll be a short few-minute break, and then we're on to the second and last game of the day, Kirby Star Allies for the Switch.
Yeah. Now, this boss here is basically Tatanga. How it works.
Huh. Yeah, oh my god, it absolutely is. It's a reskin.
Yeah, it's the exact same pattern and everything, and he starts darting around all over the place like Tatanga does too.
Yeah, it's worth knowing Tatanga from the first Land game, not the second.
I keep forgetting he's in 2. I haven't played 2 anywhere near as much as I've played 1. And he's dead.
Nice.
Yeah, I never did understand that bar sound from Tatanga. Like, he doesn't look like he should make that noise.
Meh, meh.
That one, yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That is really cool.
Yeah.
And just him attacking Dreamland.
Here we go, Castle DDD.
Yeah, boy.
And yes, it is that song.
Yeah, boy.
Da, 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 da.
You can do it. I sort of believe in you.
I mean, it's an easy level if you're not going for the stuff. I feel like I'll show off a couple of these warp doors, given that's kind of the bulk of how the level's designed, but if I miss any, I'll just leave them.
Sure.
I'll tell you what, this level was a bitch after a call, because one of these, it's like one of them, you get one chance, and if you don't get it, you can't get the item, and that is about 6 minutes into the level.
Understandable, mate.
So it's absolutely one of them kind of ones.
I like that picture of, like, DDD slightly from the side.
Yeah, it's like slightly awkward.
Yeah. I actually screen capped that and put it on Twitter.
Go for it.
I think if we do Nintendothon 64, we'll have to include, like, Kirby 64 and so on.
Yeah, like we've actually, like, I think we've probably still got a good handful of games that we haven't covered between both of them, have we? Because Nintendo's library is so huge.
Yeah, for sure, mate.
Okay, now this is the bit where you have to not instinctively just hold down, because you will lock yourself out of this little warp door here.
Oh, that's sneaky, very sneaky.
It is, because like every time that you've had a big drop like that, you've just trained yourself, and this is the one that you only get so many chances before you lock yourself out of it, I think. Actually, no, that's the next one. But like, it is one of the ones that involves the bombs.
I can't believe you just let yourself explode like that.
There's explodey things everywhere.
There's beauty things everywhere.
Well, there are. Are you going to debate that?
I don't know. No, Smart, we'd have plenty of games to do for a Nintendothon 64, mate.
This is some proper DKC barrel antics here. It's the UFO room. Lovely, DDD's robe.
Yeah, it's amazingly comfy.
That
Even
means
though
that means
a
as
little
it
big.
stands right now, DDD is not wearing the robe. I'll let you imagine that.
He's a penguin, doesn't matter.
I know, I don't know if I want to imagine what his body looks like without it, because he's a chunky boy.
He's a little thickum, is what he is. Can't stop saying that for some reason.
Yeah, I'm becoming a little bit concerned.
Yeah, you should be, probably. Yeah, like a king wouldn't have spares, Flame, come on.
Well, I thought we might have like a favourite one.
I don't know, maybe it would be monogrammed. I don't know if a Crash Marathon would be all that fun.
Well, there's only a handful of games, isn't there? You wouldn't really be able to fill out a couple of weeks or whatever with it.
Yeah. Mega Man would just be oof.
I feel like there's a lot of them games which I wouldn't want to try running live.
Yeah. Like, it's too high of a skill level for me.
Oh, this is the one-time only room.
Ah, right.
Like, if you run out of these bombs, you're fucked. Might have done it. Yep, I've done it.
Nice. Licensed Gameathon was one that I was thinking of.
Yeah, we did have that as an idea thrown around at one point, and I know that Find the Computer Room did basically that same idea a few years later.
Those motherfuckers.
Those people who couldn't possibly have known what we've talked about in our own private conversations, but we're going to blame them anyway.
Yeah.
Why does he have such a big picture of a waddle dude?
I don't know, but I'm going to screen cap it.
Right, let me get it on screen in the middle.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Appreciate it.
Look at that lad there.
What a chungus. Yeah, License to Chill is cool.
So paying attention to the barrel.
It's okay, don't worry about it.
Ow.
Jesus Christ, Flame.
That's That's what happens when I don't pay attention to the barrel.
Just in case you guys aren't aware, Helldragon and I actually have done a playthrough of all 6 NES Mega Man games and Mega Man Battle Network 6. Which is buried in the channel, so you have to go back for it. But there's stuff there that you probably won't have seen before.
I got a silver.
You got a silver. Boss time.
I think I actually have a copy of Network Transmission. I think that's the platformer game on the GameCube that's based on the Battle Network universe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
What reason does he have to fight you at all?
I guess we're taking apart all his woolly land and he's pissed.
Oh yeah, good point.
Just a minor thing. We're destroying his world.
So yeah, if you want to grab your break while the credits are rolling, mate, go for it.
Yeah, can do.
And then we can just move on straight to Star Allies.
Okay, so what he starts by doing is recreating Fangora here. So, pretty basic. It's not a complete boss rush, there are some new elements here, but there's also a couple of phases that are based on previous bosses. Get me beats up while I can. Okay.
So it's like each boss only has one hit, but you just fight them all.
Yeah, and then you get phases like this where he starts sending like blades after us.
Kind of cool conceptually.
Yeah.
Like character design wise, I mean.
It's time for the water boss. That didn't work out quite so well. But...
Nope.
Just getting the Scarface out of the way first, because that's probably the best idea.
Yeah. Ah, you're farming him for things, I see.
Yep. I don't know how much leeway there is. I think this is one where there's a final phase that lets you get a lot, but I'm just trying to be safer.
Okay.
So I haven't actually had to redo any of the bosses yet, but I know the run's not over till it's over.
Well, it's the final boss, mate. We'll cut you some slack.
Okay, I've got to hit him now. Nuts.
Flame, why do you do these things?
To be fair, there were 4 Scarfies after to make it.
Jesus.
Okay, so this is a fake out one.
Yeah. Ah, I like that. I'm not done yet, bitch. It's like, okay, yeah, I guess we'll do a dance and whatnot.
Now we've got the glowing things.
So Yin Yang wasn't the one in control, it was these two fuckers. Oh lord, he big.
Yeah. Or if they're gonna get a mech, we should get a mech.
Just get as many stars as you can, mate.
Yeah. That they just sprinkling out of him. Bloody hell.
Bloody hell.
Will this lot get me over? Maybe. Might be a little... No, I got it. Cool.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Good job.
That could have gone any way. I don't think there's anything else left now. Other than the little bar at the end. Just wave goodbye after I send it flying. I love that.
Won't they just cause trouble on the planet now?
It's fine. We'll leave that for a sequel.
Okay.
With Yin Yan's spell broken, Dreamland returned to its normal state of peace and quiet. Well,
Yeah, it's their problem now.
No.
It made Kirby sad to see his new friend leave. Buck up, Kirby. As long as you have this magic
Shut the
sword,
fuck up,
you can
Kirby.
visit me anytime. Until then, Fluff said as he returned to Patchland.
So there you have it. That was our Kirby Isekai.
And that's
It
just
sure
how
was.
Kirby and Prince Fluff defeated Yin Yan the sorcerer and restored.
Technically speaking, Majora's Mask is an isekai.
I haven't actually played that, and I don't
go-
remember the story.
He goes to a different realm, mate.
Oh, right. Okay, so there we go. That was Kirby's Epic Yarn. We'll be back after the credits for some bonus levels. There's 2 more left to go, but I'm gonna mute and stuff my face. I'll see you shortly.
Alright. I'm still here, but I'm probably going to go just stretch my legs for a second. And I guess I will be back soon. Donate if you can, guys, because there's a couple of bonus levels left. And then we're moving on to Star Allies. Woohoo. See you in a sec.
The next day, Kirby fell asleep in some shade. He dozed happily with wonderful dreams and held the reminder of a dear friend, even though it smelled bad.
Oh, timed that well. Whew.
And there we go.
Nicely done, mate.
Found the baseball bat patch and the
Yeah.
theme from Dreamland.
Oh, too bad everyone's made of yarn. No kneecap breaking here.
So let's go back into the save and get them extra levels done. Like, just compare the difference in the times on these two save files, Christ.
Let's have a look. Jeez.
Resets take a lot out of you, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what this unlocks.
Oh, yeah, $10 donation while I was away. I know there aren't incentives per se for Star Allies, but I'd like to ask for you to use DeRoach as one of your dream friends for a good portion of the game. Also, what are your top 5 copy abilities? His are Tornado, Beetle, Ice Fighter, and Magic from Squeak Squad.
I can't think off the top of my head. I would say I like the psychic one. I think it's just called PSI. And good old Fire's always a good one. And Sword. I use Sword a lot. They're the ones that come to mind.
Coolio.
But this is Meta Melon Isle.
Get it done.
And it's a driving level.
Yeah, boy.
And now we're in the fire engine.
Yeah, boy. Oh, is that a vehicle smorgasbord?
Yeah, they just give us a little bit of everything. It's gonna make me own path in this one, so I gotta be careful.
Yeah.
And dolphin.
Yeah, boy.
Hey, train. Woo.
Nice.
Don't even know which way up that ended up with me being.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be nice, cream.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's cute. Just a word of warning, we won't be doing the extra levels in Star Allies.
Yeah.
Mostly because Flame has no knowledge of those.
Yeah, and it's more like having to find all the stuff to get them and whatnot, and like this day's going on long enough as it is, I reckon. And that's that one done.
Yeah. Just one more, guys, and then it's Star Allies time.
Galaxy Assault Patch.
Ooh.
Oh, I remember what this final one is.
Do you have the DLC for Star Allies?
The free ones I do.
Uh-huh.
Like I think they are all free ones, but like I say, I'm gonna stick with just the main game for that. There's the battleship halberd.
Mm-hmm.
I think I will need to have another quick break before we go straight on to Star Allies, just because I'm feeling the fact that I ain't eaten properly all day, so I'll get another snack down me.
Okay, mate, no worries. Just put the start screen on.
Yeah, I can do. Leave some music playing or something.
I'll get the title changed while we're here.
God, that piano's going nuts right now.
Mm-hmm. That's the final level of the game, it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't fuck with Kirby.
Yeah.
He does not care about you. He will ruin your day. I will be very disappointed if you don't end this with a super duper platinum.
Well, we'll see.
No. Hmm?
Let's see, what did I get? Got the 5-star.
I can live with that.
I'm glad you can.
No.
And I got all the stuff.
Based.
Okay, let's just let that do its thing. It's given me another prompt that I completed medals. I got them all. Cool. Okay, so what we do now, guys, we're going to have a little break so I can stretch my legs and maybe get some proper food down me. Then we're going to go on to Kirby Star Allies for the Nintendo Switch. So we'll be back shortly, and we'll see you then.
Bye-bye.